locking people in their homes.
What's the definition of the area that you're in?
That's a good question. There's no answer to that yet. But also to touch on the idea of the person not liking online classes. So I was in a program. I was on campus and I had the option of either going to classes in person or taking them online. And I chose to do them online because I thought it was easier. Mm-hmm. Also, the lectures, you could watch them at double speed. So it was way easier than sitting through a 3-hour class. And I hate to burst your bubble, Captain, but SHT has already taken crypto. There's already a crypto with SHT. It's worthless now, but they got there.
Can you do a two-letter acronym? Can we just do TP?
You could probably do SHTT. I mean, I know the quads are kind of verboten in crypto, but there are stock tickers.
Can we just do the SH, I, and then...
It's got to have been done. It's got to have been done by now.
If we can do 4 letters, I mean,
because there's
it
the
seems logical.
I mean, the term S-coin has been around for most of the last decade.
But I mean, if we could make the acronym an actual 4-letter word, then why wouldn't you?
And then one final item for the guy who keeps harping on the vials of DNA.
Yeah.
So a virus uses RNA. So a virus has proteins, RNA proteins that go and attack things. So viruses don't have DNA; they only use RNA. So
the guy who calls in isn't even clear as to why he's so concerned about it. He just some guy was traveling to China with some DNA, and he's like super worried about it.
He got arrested for something.
If China wanted to get people's DNA, all they'd have to do is offer people $5. And there would be, send out kits to people.
Put up a website and it's done.
And people would send in their DNA left and right. I mean, it's like, what's the big deal?
I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about.
There is a story. The first time that guy called, he denied calling previously, but I'm pretty sure it was him because he made the exact same points. There was a story about this guy getting arrested for having DNA.
Yeah, when
allegedly.
We first started hearing about the Chinese outbreak of coronavirus is about when that story came out.
Were you on that night, that same night?
I don't know if I was on that night.
You must have been because you remember it. I mean, otherwise we would never have heard of it. It's so incidental and pointless. Hey, thanks for the call, Etars. Appreciate hearing from you. He's there on our Discord server. Sounded great, by the way. You can do that, too, just by joining discord.lrn.fm. We continue with hour number 2. More on is it a toilet paper shortage? We'll come back and talk about it.
Gold has definitely been on the move recently, and there is no more secure investment historically. McIlvaney ICA has been helping people take delivery of precious metals and find storage options for decades. They've helped thousands of investors with their precious metal IRAs. Call ICA today for your free portfolio review at 800-525-9556 or download their free report online at ICAGoldSilver.com to learn how you can double your gold and silver ounces, even within an IRA. 800-525-9556. ICAGoldSilver.com.
Do you want to work from home, get paid, and forward Liberty all at the same time? Free Talk Live is looking for account executives and appointment setters. If you've got a phone, a computer, internet connectivity, initiative, and a belief in the non-aggression principle, you're qualified. Earn up to $85,000 a year full-time, $25,000 a year part-time. Set your own hours, work from home, spread freedom. Join our team and work with one of the biggest leaders in the Liberty movement. Apply now at sales.freetalklive.com. Sales.freetalklive.com. I'm a little obsessed with My Magic Mud. Several years ago, I met Jessica Armand, the founder and CEO of My Magic Mud, and I didn't even know my teeth were coffee stained. A week's worth of use convinced me, and now I use it every 3 or 4 days. It's clinically proven to whiten teeth, and I think it cleans better, too. My Magic Mud's available at most local health food stores, Sprouts, Natural Grocers, CVS, Walmart's Natural Beauty Aisle, but I can get it for you for 20% off with coupon code FTL20 at MyMagicMud.com. FTL20, MyMagicMud.com.
What if you want to hear the latest episode of Free Talk Live, but all you have is your phone, you forgot to download our archive, and you have no data connection? You can call our Listen line at 641-793-0191. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-0191. The Free Talk Live Listen line, 641-793-0191.
You're listening.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,675. Silver at $17.35. And Bitcoin is trading around $9,122. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, Operation Palladium has begun. Hundreds of agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement have entered New York and other sanctuary cities in a fresh attempt to round up undocumented immigrants. Mid-Press News reports the directive, according to officials, is simple. Arrest as many undocumented immigrants as possible and flood the streets with officers. Beginning a 24/7 surveillance and detention program, ICE leadership has requested over 500 special agents who normally work fighting trafficking and organized crime to bolster the agency's numbers. That follows an earlier decision to deploy immigration SWAT teams to round up undocumented immigrants in sanctuary cities. New York Times reporter Annie Carrill shared a viral image taken through a peephole of a Bronx apartment, showing an ICE agent brandishing an assault weapon and demanding to enter. Carrill claims that the officers were going door to door, threatening to force their way in, and residents said they did not present a warrant, both breaches of the law. Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. News of the coronavirus and the resulting potentially deadly disease spreading throughout the United States and across the world continues to develop rapidly. The Mind Unleashed reports that according to a map managed by Johns Hopkins, there are now over 101,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and nearly 3,500 deaths worldwide. The CDC, meanwhile, is reportedly refusing to test a nurse with symptoms that volunteered to assist with COVID-19 patients at a California hospital. According to a letter posted on Twitter by Dr. Eric Feigl-Ding, the CDC claims that she cannot be tested because she was properly protected during her time volunteering. Meanwhile, Dr. Feigl-Ding said that 22 million Californians are now eligible for free medically necessary COVID-19 testing. However, there may still be a discrepancy when it comes to deciding which situations warrant testing and which ones don't. As coronavirus panic hits the United States, a financial lobbying group is attempting to use the crisis to push through the deregulation of its industry. Mid-Press News reports the Bank Policy Institute, a Washington-based lobbying organization representing many of the nation's largest banks, released a set of proposals this week, the most important of which recommends that the Federal Reserve lower capital requirements to zero. That would mean banks could lend an unlimited amount without having any assets or wealth to back it up. It also advocated relaxing the so-called stress tests that force banks to show that they can withstand economic shocks. This, it claims, would help America fight the COVID-19 virus. The report's lead author was BPI CEO Greg Baer, former managing director of J.P. Morgan Chase. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
It's incredible. You immediately see the difference. The very first time I tried it on, my pores were minimized, my skin tone was more even, and all of the idiosyncratic little wrinkles, physical imperfections, and tiny irregularities that make my face unique were erased.
I don't spend a lot of time on makeup anyway, but now all I need to do is yank this thing over my head, and that's it. I'm conventionally attractive. I mean, this gives me so much more time to find an outfit that makes my body look thin and socially acceptable.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
It's Free Talk Live. We're launching into the second hour of the program. As always, you're invited to join us here. The toll-free number is 855-450. Free like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms over at discord.lrn.fm. Joining you in the studio tonight, it's Ian.
And the Reverend Captain Kickass.
We've been talking about this phenomenon of toilet paper madness.
Wait, I have a question that I wanted to ask in the previous segment to one of the callers. I'll ask you. Does anybody ever just use one square?
No, God, no. That'd be insane.
So then why is the perforation that size?
Through.
I don't understand why the perforation is that size.
Well,
if nobody ever uses just one square, where did the size of one square of toilet paper come from? I don't understand.
That's an interesting question.
That's my job.
These are the mysteries
interesting questions
of life.
Anyway, I don't mean to flush the show, but
did you notice that there's now paper towels that are half size? Like they've perforated, they've done, like sort of.
See, and that's kind of the opposite of what I'm talking about. They said, "Oh, there's probably a demand for this as a feature in our product, so let's try it out." And they
that makes
did,
sense.
And it makes sense to me
to use half the size if it's a small cleanup job. You don't need to tear off a whole paper towel.
Yeah, I frequently I'll spill a little bit of something.
Right.
I don't need like the whole big sheet of paper towel. I could use a half one, sure.
But that doesn't. Yeah, I never thought about that before, Captain. About why with the toilet paper?
I mean, could they save money by just doubling the size of the sheet, making it it
like 4-ply,
or something,
or whatever,
or no? But I mean, like instead of perforating every whatever that square is, right? Every other
inches.
One, right? Every other one, I don't know.
Well, either way, you still got to fold it over, right? Because a long sheet isn't going to do you any good.
I'm no toilet paper magnet.
Yeah.
Magnate? Yeah, there we go.
Let's go to your calls and thoughts. You can bring up whatever you want here. Toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. And there is a story that I think is interesting over at the New York Times asking, is there really a toilet paper shortage? Well, it sure does look like it if you go to your local Walmart or grocery store, department store, wherever it is that you would normally get toilet paper from. The shelves are empty.
At the store I was at, there was a line for the little dispenser of the sanitary wipes to wipe down the handle of your cart, whereas normally that thing gets ignored. It's there. It's like a customer service
Only the
thing.
Germaphobes would normally go for it.
You
now
might
everyone's
see maybe occasionally one person walk by and wipe down the hand. There was a line. It was like somebody was waiting for tickets to the movies. Waiting to use, pull one of these disposable sanitary wipes and wipe down their cart handles.
I've never done that in my life. Let's go to your phone calls and thoughts here. Let's talk to John in Pennsylvania. John, you're on Free Talk Live. Hello.
Yeah, this is John Tower.
So real. Okay, go ahead. Let's hear this call.
Interesting. We're talking about toilet paper. We get a call from the John.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, one day I was taking my toilet paper. I was getting the toilet papers from the shop and bringing them on the homes, right? And then one day, while I was wiping my son, Joseph Kwahua, he said to me,
how do you spell that name? Kwahua.
That's his name.
Okay.
How do you spell it?
How do you spell it?
I forget.
Okay. Go on with your story.
But anyway, one day we were going, and he said to me, "Where are the wipes?" And I said to Joseph Kwahua, I said to him, "Hey, I don't know." And then I looked at the toilet, and they were all stuffed. And I was like, damn, how'd this happen?
Okay, bro. Oh. Thanks for the call.
Thanks for taking the plunge on that one.
Kind of amusing, but let's go on and talk to Jet. He's online somewhere in the United States. Hello, Jet.
That must be me.
It is.
So,
or is it?
There is this guy that I listen to on the radio, your show once in a while. He calls in and talks about how government is psychology, specifically that pretty much all government is some form of psychology, in your mind.
Mm-hmm. It is. It's a human construct because it only affects human beings. Human beings are the only creatures on the planet that subscribe to the idea of government.
Yeah. So what this fellow has been trying to do over the years is persuade the hosts of Free Talk Live to talk more about, how this magic and sorcery of this thing we call government.
He wants us to use different words and stuff too, if I remember correctly. I think I know who you're talking about.
Oh yeah. Well, he also professes that the only way to deal with people who call themselves government is by talking about that very thing, that it is just a concept and there is no way that anyone can get such power except through sorcery or what we call usurpation. Mm-hmm. So my question is, how can I persuade you guys to talk more about that? I mean, especially these days when we have governors and presidents and mayors all proclaiming and decreeing that they now have much more power than they had before. All they have to do is just sign this piece of paper.
Right, it's a state of emergency.
Yeah, the last 6 to 8 weeks has been a great illustration of that.
Yeah, and it's magic. I mean, all of a sudden they have all these powers that they didn't have yesterday. And so I want to talk about that.
Well, and there's a further illustration of that concept that comes to mind 2 times a year, and that's government savings time. We just went through that where we had to shift the clocks, right? And then it literally changes people's perception of time. Because you take away an hour or you add an hour at the beginning or end of the clock one day, and then all of a sudden people think that 6 p.m. is a different time than it actually is.
Well, Jet, I mean, you use these words like governor and mayor and president, but these are just people. They're just human beings. But the problem is, as you mentioned, there's a spell that has been cast over other people that makes them think that they're somehow not just human beings, that they're somehow risen above the rest of us.
Indoctrination,
and it's
makes
BS.
It happen.
It's BS. But unfortunately,
and
go ahead.
They don't even have to wear special costumes. I mean, they can just come out in a regular suit and say, "I am the Grand Poobah of the universe, and I hereby decree."
Well, the costumes are there on purpose, though. They certainly do help.
Yeah, they usually have costumed men near them. There's like a man in a uniform or men in uniforms. There's a flag. There's all these trappings of this religion. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. These are cult members. The government is a cult. It is a dangerous cult. It is an evil one that uses violence against its neighbors. And
here is their mantra. Here is their mantra. We hereby grant ourselves the right, power, and authority to grant ourselves rights, powers, and authority.
Yeah.
And it just amazes me how many people look at these other humans and just go, "Oh, okay, I guess I better do what they say." Now, I can understand someone wanting to persuade you to say, distance yourself from other people. Mm-hmm. But to come out and say, "I hereby decree that no more than 200 people can gather in one small space at any one time."
Or you will be shot.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's the ultimate end of everything. I mean, they have to threaten you with some form of violence. But that's pretty much what I wanted to get across tonight was if we can talk more about how it's all psychology, this thing we call government. And these people, well, as you said, are just other people. So
Yeah, I think it's important, and I'm glad you call in about that, Jet. Thank you for the call tonight, and that's why, we will
continue to talk about that, of course.
Yeah, of course, but that's why I'm so, I like to harp on the idea of people who understand this, because we're in the very, very small minority of people out there.
Amen.
People who understand what Jet is talking about really need to move to the same geographic area so we can spread these ideas more effectively. Because until people on a wider basis start to understand it, we're never going to have any effect.
Yeah.
Because it is a mass delusion, this belief in the state. And as long as libertarian types and voluntarist types stay dispersed and scattered about, then they're never going to have an impact on changing that delusion. There's more coming up here. 855-450 free like freedom. You can join us here on Free Talk Live.
Does your dog itch, scratch, stink, or shed like crazy? Come to Dynavite for help.
Order a 90-day supply of Dynavite.
Everything we tried failed except the Dynavite.
Pick up 2 bottles of Super Mega Fish Oil.
Get the 3rd bottle free. Packed with omega-3, DHA, and EPA fatty acids.
Super Mega is great for your dog's immune system, healthy skin, and soft, shiny fur.
Dogs love it. Try Super Omega Fish Oil.
Buy 2, get 1 free.
At Dynavite.com.
DINOVITE.com.
Gold has definitely been on the move recently, and there is no more secure investment historically. McIlvaney ICA has been helping people take delivery of precious metals and find storage options for decades. They've helped thousands of investors with their precious metal IRAs. Call ICA today for your free portfolio review at 800-525-9556 or download their free report online at ICAGoldSilver.com to learn how you can double your gold and silver ounces even within an IRA. 800-525-9556. ICAGoldSilver.com.
Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. Local.bitcoin.com.
The next generation wallet is coming from Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to send, earn, spend, and exchange digital money in seconds. Send money around the globe with only a swipe. Instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat right in the mobile app and withdraw directly to your bank account. Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with crypto. Multi-tiered masternodes allow everyone to partake in the network. Visit DivvyProject.org. DivvyProject.org.
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get 1 free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
There are basically 2 types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer-term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
It's Free Talk Live. You can bring up what you want here. Toll-free number, 855-450, free like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms over at discord.lrn.fm. Here tonight, it's Ian.
And the captain.
Also, I want to make sure you know about Bitcoin.com. If you are new to the world of cryptocurrency, well, now is a great time to learn the basics about Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. You can go to Bitcoin.com to get started on that because the prices are down.
There's a sale. Act now.
Yeah, I mean, act now is probably good advice. And, of course, the prices could go down again. You never know what's going to happen in the future. So always make sure you don't put in anything more than you can afford to lose.
Yeah.
But, man, the last month has seen the price of Bitcoin drop 50%. I mean, that's a huge discount.
Well, and this coincided exactly with the stock market crash, near as I can tell. So there,
which isn't always the case, mind you.
But I think it's a result of some of these banks doing, Bitcoin futures and, packaging different types of investment portfolios into cryptocurrency. So now, there's businesses tied into crypto investing. And so now the crypto itself is tied to stock market actions and reactions and that kind of a thing.
I think
I hope that it doesn't stay that way, but I get why it's happening now.
I think one of our Discord chatters, Camel Toe, I think what he said was right about this, and that is that a lot of people who invest in cryptocurrency aren't doing it for the ideology of it. They're not doing it because it's better money. They're doing it because they want to make a quick buck,
right,
or a buck over some amount of time, and so they see this happening, and they think, oh my God, I need to get my money out. I need the cash, so they liquidate whatever the Bitcoin that they've got, and we saw a huge sell-off as a result of that this week. And then, you get the panic selling, so some people decide to sell, and then more people decide to sell. But either way, it seems to have stabilized over the last couple of days at around $5,000 per Bitcoin. Has been sort of in the 5,000 to 5,500 range. Go to Bitcoin.com. You can get started learning about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, because one thing's for sure is it seems like it's here to stay, the idea of cryptocurrency. What will be on top forever? I don't know if it'll always be Bitcoin, but for right now, it is. Bitcoin.com. We go to your calls and thoughts. Let's talk to Robert. He's in Charleston, South Carolina, listening to WTMA. Hello, Robert.
Hello, sir. How are you this evening?
Hey, good. What's on your mind?
Well, our forefathers, I think, did the best job that they possibly could in thinking out the relationship between government and military. The only time that there's a direct connection between the military and the civil government is with the president. He's the commander-in-chief. Nobody else is in there. And he has to make that decision. And we the whole country makes the decision as who that commander-in-chief is going to be. And there are certain times in life when you have to be able to react immediately to certain kinds of situations. You can't sit around and have the Congress think about it. And that's why our government did that. Was amazing the way they thought about that and set that up.
What are you talking about? You're talking about you're praising the idea that the president is in charge of the military, that one man can decide to send a group of killers off to murder innocents?
And no, he can't.
I'd like to point out that
actually that a declaration, that would be a declaration of war.
When was the last time that happened?
I believe it was for the Second World War.
Yeah, so you're telling me that man has not sent away killers to kill innocent people since World War II?
First of all, that would be a police action. That would not be a war, technically. Actually.
Okay, so you're telling me that when the military goes and drops bombs and shoots people,
like they have been for decades now, over in the land where brown people are,
you're saying that's not a war because they didn't declare it?
That's correct. It's not a war,
and that's okay.
No, not exactly.
No,
but the Congress.
But you're praising that. You're praising the ability to do that.
I'm just saying that it's always going to be a compromise. There's no way you're ever going to avoid a compromise in that kind of a situation. And you've got to have that ability to respond quickly.
What kind of a situation?
Oh, we could be attacked literally. I mean, who knows that we wouldn't get a surprise attack from some powerful country that someday.
Okay, that's defense. Sure. That's defensive action. We're talking about current military action that is not officially, quote, war, unquote, according to the government's own rules, right? But people, our military, my bad, the military is actively and has been actively dropping bombs on all sorts of countries for essentially my entire lifetime. Now, is that not war? Is that not war?
They can hit us with nuclear weapons within 20 minutes by firing them from the other side. And by the time we get around to responding to them with the Congress, it would be way too late.
What, Afghanistan can nuke us? Is that what you're saying?
No. I wasn't thinking of Afghanistan.
How about Syria?
North Korea. Eventually, North Korea will have that capability, yes.
But we're not bombing North Korea.
No, we're not. We're trying to be friendly with them, and I suggested to the president, in fact, that what he should do is do it one day at a time.
But do you got his cell number? Are you getting texts from the Trumpster?
I leave his message on an automatic answering machine.
I'm sure he's really paying close attention.
That's got to be the equivalent of one of those Santa Claus hotlines.
Not exactly. But he must be noting what I have to say, because I can see that he's seriously thinking about what I have to say.
He must be noting what I'm saying. Buddy. Wow. How self-important do you have to feel that if you leave a voicemail on a hotline that claims to be for the president, that you read that action into the president's action? Wow.
No matter how brilliant you are, you can't think of everything all the time.
Well, yeah, but one thing's for certain. Individuals have brilliant things, brilliant thoughts, brilliant ideas. You know who makes the stupidest decisions? Large groups of people making a decision together. That's a fact of history.
Well, that's what he's praising here, right? Robert was saying that he would rather the power over the military be in the hands of one man than be in the hands of Congress.
Well, but he also said, which we all choose. Well, I got news for you, pal. We all didn't choose.
I don't want any of it.
There's a boatload of non-voters who have never chosen, whether ideologically or otherwise, that actually outweigh the number of people who vote. So, no, we don't all choose.
And that's their free choice not to vote.
Well, yeah, that's my free choice to not participate in the system. Now, just to be clear, I have voted. I think Captain Kickass is the person who doesn't vote in this room. But that doesn't mean that I support or endorse what these people do, and it doesn't mean that I'm giving that I would choose any of these people to control my life or tell me what to do. Nor have I voted for any of these people who've become president. Nor have I voted for any of their main competitors. I don't vote for these people.
I don't vote because I don't think I know any better than to select a leader for Mr. Ian Freeman here. It's not my place to go, okay, Ian, you're going to be led by this frickin' guy.
It's
not my place. And you would resent me if I did that.
Yeah, I don't want anyone
if I tried to impose that upon you, if I pointed a gun at your head and said, no, Ian, you're going to be led by this guy.
I don't want any of my money going to kill innocent people around the world. Do you, Robert?
No, of course not. Neither do any of us, for sure.
Really? Well, then why do people support the military?
Do you know anybody who'd like us to do that? Do you know anybody who'd like us to do that? Maybe a crazy person.
A lot of people love the military. Like, they cheer them on whenever they go over and drop bombs on people's houses and wedding parties and stuff.
Those are the mentally sick.
Thank you for the call tonight. I appreciate it. Toll-free number here, 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. You know, they've been told that there's these enemies out there, and Robert seemed to have bought into that for most of his phone call. Like, ooh, you got to be afraid. Someone could drop a bomb on you.
He started out praising the founding fathers and the system that they put together, and it escalated from there.
855-450-FREE like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. If I could press a button and get rid of the entire government tomorrow, I would do it. I'd rather just take my chances. We're coming up. I want to tell you about my favorite cryptocurrency wallet, Edge Wallet, at edge.app. Edge is the wallet I use more than any other, and that was true long before Edge Wallet became a sponsor of Free Talk Live. Edge Wallet allows you to buy, sell, trade, and securely hold your cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, tokens, Monero, Ripple, Dash, Bitcoin Cash, and more. It's available for both Android and iOS, and you can download it via the Play or App Store or via Edge Wallet's website, edge.app. Secure your freedom with Edge Wallet.
Free Talk Live is now on more than 200 radio stations nationwide. We've had more than 18 million podcast downloads, and we claim millions of listens a month. We're a multimedia ad venue with print, email, web, and terrestrial radio marketing platforms. We strive to have ad packages that cater to advertisers big and small. Contact me today at marketfreetalklive.com to see what we can do for you. Marketfreetalklive.com. If you're a local advertiser, contact this station. But if you can service a national audience, contact me, marketfreetalklive.com.
This week, researchers released a comprehensive 5-year study linking heavy drinking during pregnancy with attending a concert by Detroit-based rap rocker Kid Rock. The study found that women who had consumed alcohol while pregnant were much more likely to be wearing leather halter tops and making devil horn hand gestures during encores of All Summer Long and Ba with the Ba than those who did not.
Drinking 3 or more alcoholic beverages in less than an hour was highly correlated with going backstage at a Kid Rock show and then getting into a fistfight with another woman in the parking lot.
The world's supercomputers released a study this week confirming that they lack sufficient power, presenting a thorough case for significant leaps in speed and memory. Overwhelming evidence found that these complex machines should have total control over the critical systems they manage, including integration into the planet's energy grid, freshwater supply chain, and telecommunications systems. The study's 500 co-authors further concluded that all permutations have been simulated and that this is the optimal course of action.
This is the Onion News Network.
What do you shop for that you could otherwise buy at Amazon? Pretty much everything, right? Amazon has competitive pricing and they deliver, and that's a big plus. If you could plan ahead in your shopping, would you be interested in saving up to 33%? There's a catch. You have to do your shopping in Bitcoin. But imagine those savings. It's like a huge raise. All you have to do is go to saveitpurse.com. We've saved thousands, and you can too. Plan ahead and save. Saveitpurse.com. So you've heard all 3 hours of the latest episode of Free Talk Live, and you're still hungry for liberty-oriented audio content? Did you know that we have another 24/7 audio stream at LRN.FM? The Liberty Radio Network airs the latest episodes of some of the best liberty-oriented podcasts on the internet around the clock. In addition to recorded content, you'll also hear live shows like Free Talk Live, originating from our Keene, New Hampshire studio. So listen anytime at LRN.FM. That's LRN.FM.
Hey guys, Mark Claire here, lionsofliberty.com, where we strive to advance the ideas of liberty daily. We bring you the Morning Roar. That's right, every Monday to Friday we'll have a brand new edition of the Morning Roar, where we provide a roundup of some news stories that you may not find in the mainstream media or even in your typical social media newsfeed. We find stories that relate to the ideas of liberty and provide you with our liberty perspective on them. Every Monday, we have our longest-running feature, Mondays with Murray, named after the great libertarian Murray Rothbard, where we'll examine an article or an excerpt from his works and help convey his view, along with our little spin as well. We wrap it all up every Friday with Felony Friday, where our own John Odermatt goes out and takes a look at some sort of felony. There's felonies committed every day, you know, whether it's a felony committed by the police, a politician, or even an average citizen. You can find all of this and so much more over at lionsofliberty.com. Advancing the ideas of liberty daily.
You can sign up to receive the latest about the Liberty Radio Network via our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. That's updates.lrn.fm.
Free Talk Live, and you can bring up what you want here. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. Here in the studio with you, it's Ian.
And I am Emmett Smith.
Is that a sports guy?
Yeah, I'm just kidding. That's an old joke, too. I should stop saying that. I'm the Reverend Captain Kickass, and this is Free Talk Live.
It is, and the Next Generation Wallet is coming from Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to spend, earn, store, and exchange digital money in seconds. Divvy says you'll be able to send money around the globe in only a swipe and instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat currencies like the dollar in the mobile app and withdraw directly to your bank account. There's no need to wait, though, as Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with their multi-tiered masternodes, allowing anyone to earn by supporting the Divvy network. With the new Divvy wallet launches, because of Divvy's relationship with Western Union, Divvy will be in 200 countries, including the United States. You can learn more at DivvyProject.org. That's DIVI project.org. We go to your calls and thoughts. Anthony in Charleston, South Carolina. You're on Free Talk Live, listening to WTMA.
Yeah, my question for you guys is, do you think the media is solely responsible for the mass hysteria, or do you think that it could be possible that we don't have a cure or know much about it that is making this the mass hysteria?
I think it's the mass part of the mass hysteria that's the problem. We have less than competently educated people having an emotional reaction because they're being overloaded by this message of fear.
Well, and the media plays a role in this because they sell fear.
Yes.
And whether it be a fear about a war that could be imminent or whether it be fear about some new disease, the media benefits when you're afraid because they want you to tune in to hear the next segment, stay through a commercial so their advertisers can benefit.
And
so they definitely have a
We
stake.
as consumers are so oversaturated with the message of the coronavirus. I have received emails from businesses, services, products that I haven't had any dealings with for well over a decade, if not two, who are now sending me emails saying,
"We care.
Here's our response to the coronavirus. It's everywhere.
It's on every website.
It's like if you were a heroin addict and all of a sudden the word heroin appeared everywhere in everything that you consumed."
Yeah, and I think also, as we touched on earlier in the show tonight, social media is playing a role as well because now, you know, if you were to go out, if this were 20 years ago and you were to go out to the grocery store to get something, you wouldn't be able to snap a photo, you know, easily and just share it with your entire network of all your friends to show them what was going on. It would be very hard to communicate, you know, quickly what was actually happening out there. Now we have the ability to easily show, my God, the toilet paper is sold out. And then people are like, my God, I've got to get toilet paper. And so, you know, they go out and they try to find it. And before you know it, you've got a panic buy going on that's being brought on by media and by social media as well. So, yes.
It's a crappy situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I only have about like 70 people on my Facebook, but I know there's a lot of people out there that have, you know, 300, 400, 500, and then you post that one picture, oh my gosh, there's no toilet paper on the shelf. Well, that 300, 400, 500 also has, you know, 300, 400, 500 followers. And
right. Somebody posts it in a Facebook group somewhere that's got, you know, thousands of people in it.
And it just blows up. And I mean, I think, like you said, if this happened 20 years ago, I don't think it wouldn't get as much, you know, coverage on it.
Well, and also it did happen 20 years ago. There were, in the last couple of decades, there was SARS, H1N1, mad cow. I mean, there's been all these different terrible
flu, bird flu.
Yeah, there's been all this stuff, but now it's really taken a hold in a way that it never has before. And certainly the media played it up back in the day, but now you combine that with the power of social media as well, and you really get some influence over how people are behaving. And people, as you were pointing out earlier, as you mentioned, Captain, they're not real critical thinkers here. They're reactionary. They're just going to follow the herd. What's the statement that the individual may be intelligent, but a bunch of people together act really stupid?
There's nobody dumber than all of us.
Yeah. So we're dealing with all of that. Plus, you know, then you add into the difficulties that, you know, the supply chain is feeling from this because it's a reaction in not just one specific area like you would have happen with a hurricane or some sort of localized disaster, an earthquake or whatever. Usually that's going to sell out store shelves in some given radius, but now you're seeing it nationwide and beyond to international kind of levels. I mean, it's unprecedented.
They have experts in shipping and supply chain that do this thing called just-in-time, which is really based on the average consumption, or at least the normal patterns that they detect over a course of X period of time, whether it's months or years.
They ship a certain amount of product.
They keep a certain amount on hand. They have a certain amount in the back room, and then, you know, they sort of rely on that. When there's a sudden burst of sales for a particular product, the recovery time is going to be slower than ideal, which is what we're seeing now.
Yeah, well, when I knew that there was really a serious issue was when my ex-girlfriend was over here. We were talking, you know, hanging out for a little bit. Her fiance called up to say he had been sent home from work. He works at a Walmart distribution center. They sent him home because there was no more product to move around. The freight was gone.
I think, you know, when this is all done, I shouldn't say when it's all done, but I would say like in a few months from now, you're going to see an abundance of that stuff on the shelf because, well, everyone's stocked up in a mass panic. You know, I have 600 rolls of toilet paper and, 5 gallons of hand sanitizer. Now what do I do with it?
It'll be like the day after Valentine's when all the candy's on sale.
50% off. Yep. Anthony, thanks for sharing your thoughts tonight. I do appreciate hearing from you. It's always the best time to get Halloween candy, too.
That's right.
You go the day after. Get it at like 75 or 50% off, and then just hold it. It's candy. It's
chuck it in a freezer if you're worried about it going bad.
I mean, the only reason you'd have to put it in the freezer is if it's super humid and warm where you're going to store it. Otherwise, just a dark place. Just keep it. It's good for the next year. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about the supply chain aspect of this and what it is that the manufacturers of toilet paper have to say, because the New York Times did a story about this, pointing out that toilet paper is out of stock. They're at big box stores.
Wait a minute. I'm imagining this happening. You're some sort of low-level executive at a, major toilet paper company or company that, and you've never been called on by the press before for anything. Suddenly you have to go make a statement. Shine. Yeah, you're like, this toilet paper gig's really paying off for me. I get to make a statement to the press.
In an age of instant shopping, gratification, and same-day delivery, the idea that something so mundane could be unavailable seems downright scary and an ominous sign that basic supply chain is under stress because of the pandemic. But is there really a toilet paper shortage? Major retailers say toilet paper hasn't been out of stock in stores for more than a day or two or even a few hours. Manufacturers, paper industry executives say, are raising production to meet demand, but there's only so much capacity that they can or are willing to add. They want to satisfy panic buying without going overboard and creating a glut on the market when the surge subsides. Unlike some other products, toilet paper is not likely to be used more by Americans who are stricken with respiratory symptoms, even as the coronavirus spreads. Jeff Anderson, the president of Precision Paper Converters, a manufacturer with 65 employees outside of Green Bay, Wisconsin, says, "You're not using more of it. You're just filling up your closet with it. What happens in the summer when demand dries up and people have all this extra product in their homes?" Mr. Anderson's business focuses on facial tissues, which are also in high demand. And he's paying employees. And by the way, I saw that today. I was in the Walmart, checked the tissues section. There's only a handful of boxes left.
You can't get facial tissues?
No, I think people are buying those in the expectation that they can't get toilet paper.
I mean, sometimes they are pretty soft.
Perhaps more than its recent past, the paper industry seems well positioned to meet the surging demand. After decades of declining sales, as newspapers and printed documents have lost out to the digital age, many manufacturers converted to making tissue products like toilet paper and wipes. That means there's actually more manufacturing capacity that can be brought online. But toilet paper is typically made to order. Because it takes up so much room, storing large quantities is not profitable. So the industry typically only has a few months' worth of inventory on hand. Dan Clarahan, president of United Converting, which sells manufacturing equipment to tissue companies, says, "Look, there's not some big underground warehouse like in Raiders of the Lost Ark where there's all this toilet paper sitting around in case it's needed."
There's about to be.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense.
John down the street, he's got a basement full.
Because you just paying to store that doesn't make sense. So we got more here coming up. 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. You can join us on Free Talk Live.
Extend your life with Extendovite.
Extendovite really works. Just listen to what Wayne has to say.
Extendovite. I have been taking it for about 2 years, and I had really bad heart palpitations. And since I've been taking it, I don't have any major episodes at all anymore. I'm 76 years old, and I still play competitive basketball. Well, of course, I've taken care of myself really good since I was 60, but Extendovite really helped the blood pressure, really helped I used to get really bad episodes of heart palpitations, just skipping beats and double beats. But also I wanted to tell you that I really appreciate your broadcast. They're just really refreshing.
To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendovite.
Let me ask you something. What are you doing when you put money in a 401k or IRA, or store jumper cables in your vehicle, or purchase health insurance? You're preparing. You're preparing to ensure you have enough money for retirement. You're preparing for when your car battery dies, or to have assistance paying a major unexpected medical bill. That all makes sense. The same goes for building a food storage plan. You're preparing for when emergencies or disasters strike and shelves go empty at your grocery store. The best way to prepare is with My Patriot Supply. They've helped 1 million hardworking Americans become more self-sufficient. My Patriot Supply sells hundreds of items, including dozens of emergency food kits at MyPatriotSupply.com. It could be an earthquake, a cyber attack freezing our banking system, or a disaster that shuts down our power grid for weeks. For all these emergencies and more, get your supplies and prepare today at MyPatriotSupply.com. No more rushing to find empty store shelves because you're too late. Do it now so you're ready. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this, right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it, and once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world, so I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here, and I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, connect with others via the forum at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com. If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com to receive our usually weekly news updates by email. Plus, we have a Twitter account at twitter.freetalklive.com, and you can follow us on the decentralized Mastodon platform at toot.freetalklive.com. So please follow us at toot.freetalklive.com and sign up for our emails at news.freetalklive.com.
Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine Real Estate. He's more than just a real estate agent. He's your New Hampshire concierge. Where are the best places to live? Do you want farm, city, the burbs, or forest? Do you want a duplex or multifamily building so that renters pay your mortgage? There are homes in all price ranges in New Hampshire, and Mark can help with financing too. Invest in liberty and property. Mark Worden can help.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program guide to find out at shows.lrn.fm. That's shows.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live. You can bring up whatever you want. Just dial in toll free here at 855-450 free like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms at discord.lrn.fm. Here tonight, it's Ian.
And Corona, the official sponsor of Spring Break 2020. I am the captain.
You can bring up whatever you want here, though a lot of people obviously have Corona on the mind, and they want to talk about this.
I wonder what's going to happen to the brand of beer, right? Because this is a market force that doesn't occur typically, where your brand name sort of gets strung through the mud because of some other thing that's happening.
That's a good question. I did see a meme, I don't know if it was a meme, but actually it was like a real picture, that some convenience store had a stack of Corona beers, and they would give you a free toilet paper roll if you'd buy, like, you know, the 12-pack or the 24-pack of the
How many rolls for your daughter? How many rolls? I have the toilet paper. How many rolls for your daughter?
855-450 free. By the way, do want to say thanks to the folks over at Liberty.menu. If you are an individual who rejects the initiation of force and you will abide by the ethics of the non-aggression principle, then you really ought to check out Liberty.menu. It's like a business directory for people that care about freedom. Also, it's a directory for events and digital content creators who also care about freedom. You can rate and you can review other entries. You can also use a sort of built-in social networking aspect to the site. Very, very handy, and it's free. So why not expose your business to more new clients? I mean, you probably need it now more so than ever. Over at Liberty.menu, a lot of businesses are down. There's another story in the news. We're probably not going to have a chance to talk about it, but the movie theaters seeing a 22-year low over recent weeks. I don't know if it's this week or just the last month, but Things are not going well for them.
I would be glad if that were because people have come to their senses and stopped watching some of the bubblegum crap that's being made by, well, Hollywood and several other studios around the world. But we know it's not. We know everybody's staying home because of the beer virus.
Yeah. So anyway, check out liberty.menu. Get some free exposure if you're a liberty-minded business person there. That's liberty. Some thoughts we can talk about.
I was going to say in the last segment that I think toilet paper is an industry that is recession-proof in the same way that beer is recession-proof, right?
No
or
doubt.
Alcohol is recession-proof. So if there was suddenly a run on, I don't know, canned beer, right, and all the shelves were empty of beer because people were stocking up for the beer apocalypse or whatever, right? Yeah. Beer's going to recover rather quickly as an industry and develop some sort of, way to compensate for occasional spikes in demand. I think that's how it's going to play out with toilet paper because it's such a commodity.
We go to Patrick in Hopkins, Kentucky. You're on Free Talk Live. Patrick.
Hi, it's funny you're talking about toilet paper because I'm a trucker and I was up in New Hampshire about 10 days ago and I picked up a big load of toilet paper, 14 tons of toilet paper, and I drove it to Texas.
Really?
You mean 12 tons, right?
A picture of it.
You mean 12 tons and the other two mysteriously disappeared?
No, I just sent Ian a picture on his email about it.
Oh, okay.
You didn't skim a little toilet paper off the top for yourself? I hear it's pretty valuable.
Probably used to do that because they probably weigh it before they get on the truck.
They were big rolls. They weighed 3,000 pounds each. They're going to cut them up at a factory in Texas.
Oh, I see.
I'm coming back up that way, too.
So
I'm actually coming to the Raymond, New Hampshire distribution center for Walmart. I got a load going up there, and I think I'm going to get some paper towels again after I'm finished there.
Well, thank you for your service. I mean, if it weren't for the folks driving the trucks in this country, we would have nothing, basically. So it's thanks to
And I tell you what, I drove through Keene when I was coming back on the way with the toilet paper.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if I honked my horn when I'm coming down that highway through Keene, would you be able to hear it at your house?
I don't know. Possibly. I mean, I definitely hear like car noise from the highway from where we are.
If a tree falls in the woods and there's no one
Where's
around.
the best place to honk it? If I honked it by the Hannaford supermarket?
Yeah, we're around there somewhere.
State Athletic Field.
Patrick, thanks for the call tonight, man. I appreciate it. Drive safe.
It's funny because his context of I had a boatload or big load of toilet paper is completely different than my context when I've said those words before.
Indeed. Let's talk to Rusty. He's in Jasper, Texas. Got him here. Rusty, you're on Free Talk Live.
Yeah, howdy, guys.
Hey, Rusty.
I just wanted to change the subject a little bit and talk about the cryptocurrency market and what y'all think might happen. I know everything's on discount and sale right now. I have a little money more saved up. I already pulled the trigger once when I thought it was going to bottom out, but it turns out that wasn't the case. And about 2 days ago, it went really down quite a bit, and now it's, eking its way back up. Do you think we're, done with it, or do you think there's going to be another dip?
I don't make predictions. I don't know what the future holds. I have no idea. I don't know why people think they know what crypto is going to do. It's completely unpredictable.
Yeah. It might be a good time to buy now.
It's definitely a better time to buy now than it was a week ago when it was $9,000 per Bitcoin.
And also, too, I do want to say that Bitcoin, cryptocurrency in general, all of the different cryptocurrencies, have proven to be a resilient technology in the 10, 11 years that it's been around. Every time there is something that goes on in the world, in the stock market, in any kind of markets, or in finance, that kind of a thing, it bounces back. It comes back every time. Look at the history of Bitcoin, and you can't find a time when it hasn't bounced back. So,
the odds it'll go to zero very, very low. How low will it go? I don't know. I'll tell you this, and I'm not an investor. Okay, I don't know anything about it. All I know is I'm pretty good at holding on to a thing once I get it. That's why I've done all right with cryptocurrency, because I tend to just do nothing.
Yeah.
I'll acquire some and then do nothing. I'd like to spend it around town, but I always buy more when I spend it. So what I've seen is that this thing called dollar cost averaging makes the most sense to me and has performed very, very well historically when it comes to purchasing cryptocurrency. Yes. There was a story I saw that if somebody bought $10 And who doesn't have $10 they can't afford to blow every week, right? Like you went out and you bought something at Starbucks, or you went and got a pizza. Or whatever.
You could have just not bought that extra bag of weed that month, or
Coronas or whatever, right?
Don't take that girl on that date, whatever.
Yeah, it's not hard to save $10 a week, right? So somebody who bought $10 a week worth of Bitcoin over the last 3 years, which includes all the ups and the downs, of, all of it. Was up like 300% as far as the increase of the value over the $10 per week that they invested. So I think that if you're going to buy cryptocurrency, it makes sense to do it over time with the amounts that you can afford to lose, rather than freaking out over like, okay, I've got a bunch of money saved up, I want to go buy it all now. Well, then you're going to get hurt when it goes down. Whereas if you bought a little bit this week, a little bit next week, a little bit next week, it sort of averages the cost out over time.
You're kind of describing my crypto experience. Like, I got into it and it was sort of like, I'm gambling, like playing blackjack at the casino, and I didn't do very well. It wasn't until I started doing dollar cost averaging that like, oh, I see. Oh, this makes sense.
Yeah. That seems to be the best solution. So there's my advice. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but either way, if you buy a little bit this week, a little bit next week, a little bit, every paycheck, just get into the habit of putting a little bit away in cryptocurrency. That to me makes the most sense.
Do y'all, would you have a recommendation for like a privacy coin, or a kind of like a Zcash, Monero, or same thing in the kind of category of just kind of being able to exchange coin, I guess, like Ripple or Stellar? Do you have anything that you think maybe, preferred or...
Yeah, this is another thing where it's like you might as well throw a dart at a dartboard, put up a bunch of cryptocurrencies, because you don't know which ones are going to be successful. They could die. You have no idea which ones are going to rule the day. But I will say this with your question of privacy coins. There are a variety of privacy coins out there. You mentioned Zcash and Monero. Those are two of the more noteworthy ones out there. I actually just wrote an article about Monero today over at freekeen.com. We're now offering it in a couple of vending machines, cryptocurrency vending machines here in New Hampshire. And the reason Monero is my choice for that, and that's not to say I don't support the other privacy coins. There's a few others that I've got a little bit of, but Monero seems to be the sort of the choice of the moment, at least by the marketplace. If you look at darknet markets, Monero is the privacy coin that they have chosen for the darknet markets. And to me, when the darknet markets, if I'd have been smart enough the first time I heard about the Silk Road, because I thought, man, that's a really cool idea. But I'm not an investor, so like I didn't connect the thought of that's a really cool idea with I should buy that thing.
Right.
So I didn't buy Bitcoin at that time, even though I thought, wow, it's a really cool idea. Now I'm seeing the darknet markets are picking up on Monero as their privacy coin, and now I'm like, that's a really good idea. Yeah. If the darknets are saying that's the coin to go with, I think that's a good indicator that it's got something special that the other ones don't. And I think what that is that Monero cannot be used in a public manner, whereas the other privacy coins have a public side that you can send their transactions publicly. And like with Zcash, 90% of their transactions are public. Only about 10% use the private side. With Monero, they're all private. There is no public option with Monero. So check that one out. And thanks for the call, Rusty. We got more coming up here. Hour 3 is next. It's Free Talk Live.
You will understand the true intent of the Founding Fathers when they wrote the Constitution if you attend this free webinar. Chris Ann Hall, president of Liberty First University, doesn't simply regurgitate what some professor or expert has said about the Constitution. She relays the thoughts and opinions of those who wrote the documents. Her straightforward, passionate, easy-to-understand style lets anyone grasp the principles of liberty. Join us at lfu.freetalklive.com to watch the free pre-recorded webinar. Watch now at lfu.freetalklive.com.
Do you want to work from home, get paid, and forward liberty all at the same time? Free Talk Live is looking for account executives and appointment setters. If you've got a phone, a computer, internet connectivity, initiative, and a belief in the non-aggression principle, you're qualified. Earn up to $85,000 a year full-time, $25,000 a year part-time. Set your own hours, work from home, spread freedom. Join our team and work with one of the biggest leaders in the liberty movement. Apply now at sales.freetalklive.com. Sales.freetalklive.com.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
LRN.FM now has a Discord. Discord is a free text and voice chat platform, and we now have our own server with a bunch of channels at discord.lrn.fm. You can join other listeners as they chat about various things during our live shows, or anytime, day or night. Discord software is available cross-platform, so you can have it on whatever device you want and take your chats anywhere. Join our Discord at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm.
You're listening to the live edition of Free Talk Live. Hour number 3 is next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network at
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,675. Silver at $17.35. And Bitcoin is trading around $9,122. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, Operation Palladium has begun. Hundreds of agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement have entered New York and other sanctuary cities in a fresh attempt to round up undocumented immigrants. Mid-Press News reports the directive, according to officials, is simple. Arrest as many undocumented immigrants as possible and flood the streets with officers. Beginning a 24/7 surveillance and detention program, ICE leadership has requested over 500 special agents who normally work fighting trafficking and organized crime to bolster the agency's numbers. That follows an earlier decision to deploy immigration SWAT teams to round up undocumented immigrants in sanctuary cities. New York Times reporter Annie Carrill shared a viral image taken through a peephole of a Bronx apartment, showing an ICE agent brandishing an assault weapon and demanding to enter. Carrill claims that the officers were going door to door, threatening to force their way in, and residents said they did not present a warrant, both breaches of the law. Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. News of the coronavirus and the resulting potentially deadly disease spreading throughout the United States and across the world continues to develop rapidly. The Mind Unleashed reports that according to a map managed by Johns Hopkins, there are now over 101,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and nearly 3,500 deaths worldwide. The CDC, meanwhile, is reportedly refusing to test a nurse with symptoms that volunteered to assist with COVID-19 patients at a California hospital. According to a letter posted on Twitter by Dr. Eric Feigl-Ding, the CDC claims that she cannot be tested because she was properly protected during her time volunteering. Meanwhile, Dr. Feigl-Ding said that 22 million Californians are now eligible for free medically necessary COVID-19 testing. However, there may still be a discrepancy when it comes to deciding which situations warrant testing and which ones don't. As coronavirus panic hits the United States, A financial lobbying group is attempting to use the crisis to push through the deregulation of its industry. Mint Press News reports the Bank Policy Institute, a Washington-based lobbying organization representing many of the nation's largest banks, released a set of proposals this week, the most important of which recommends that the Federal Reserve lower capital requirements to zero. That would mean banks could lend an unlimited amount without having any assets or wealth to back it up. It also advocated relaxing the so-called stress tests that force banks to show that they can withstand economic shocks. This, it claims, would help America fight the COVID-19 virus. The report's lead author was BPI CEO Greg Baer, former managing director of J.P. Morgan Chase. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Tucker is expected to be released from St. Robert's Hospital tomorrow. The spokeschild will remain in the hospital's media care unit for several weeks of training. Doyle Redland for the Onion Radio News, online at theonion.com.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
It is Free Talk Live. You bring up whatever you want here. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. In the studio here tonight, it's Ian.
And I am not out of toilet paper.
You said you're really stocked up, right?
I mean, just as a way I live my life, when I buy a thing, if it's something that I know I'm going to consume all of the time, I'll buy a large version of it, right? Like, I wear deodorant, and I have a specific one that I like, and so I bought a case of it. You know, I think, I don't know, 24 bar or whatever.
Get a better price, right?
And got a better price, and I never have to think about buying it, because I'm like, I got a giant box full of it, you know, so that's just kind of how I am. I'm the same way with if I buy, I don't know, like plastic utensils.
Yeah.
I won't buy the little like thing that's going to last you, you know, I don't know, one sitting or, you know, a week or something like that. I'll buy the big industrial size box that like I never have to worry about buying that ever.
Right. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, maybe not quite as much. Like I'll usually have like an extra deodorant around, and that way, because one deodorant's going to last me for most of the year, and so I usually have a second one with me, and that way when I get to the second one, it's like, okay, now I got to put it on my list of things that I need to buy eventually, and then so I never run out basically of the thing. But we were talking about toilet paper, and a lot of people have gone crazy over a toilet paper buying frenzy, panic buying situation that's been going on. Store shelves are completely tapped out of this particular product. In addition, people buying like crazy the hand sanitizer products.
I just want to point out that toilet paper is disappearing off the shelves in places where there have been 0 confirmed cases of coronavirus.
Yeah.
0. None.
Plus, the coronavirus has absolutely nothing to do with toilet paper as well. But
and that's a bigger point that you're spot on about. How do people make that jump from coronavirus to panic buy of toilet paper?
Well, that's what's weird is like they figured out that they're going to need, if something happens where they have to be quarantined, then they're going to need certain things. But why they're only buying toilet paper? You're also going to need food. You're going to need water. You're going to need
soap, for example. I would think would be a big seller in this particular climate.
But for whatever reason, it's the hand sanitizer that people have been going crazy over instead of soap. But if you want to comment, you're welcome to join us here. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE like freedom. I've got a little bit more from the story on the New York Times where they're actually interviewing people from the toilet paper industry. Like, you know, what's the deal? Are you guys really out of product? Why is it the way it is? And as they're pointing out here in the story, toilet paper is typically made to order, meaning that since it's so bulky, right? You can only make so much money on the inventory that you have based on the amount of time and space that it takes up, right? Like if you're a retailer, shelving space is how you make money. And some products are more profitable than others. So, you know, you can only allocate so much space to storing this kind of stuff. You don't want to have a huge warehouse of toilet paper if you can avoid it. So that's why there's not a whole bunch of it that's really out there at any one moment. That's not to say they're not ramping up production, but at the same time, one of the experts from the industry said, well, we're not really sure how far to ramp up production, because if this fear blows over in the next 2 weeks and then all of a sudden they've made an S-ton of toilet paper, if you will, then what do you do with all that product? And then, as you pointed out during one of the breaks, what if people use the Walmart return policy?
Yeah.
And, let's say this thing blows over in another 3 weeks, and all these people that bought way more toilet paper than they need because they panic bought and then they filled up their spare bedroom with toilet paper, then they go back to Walmart and they're like, looks like we're still within our I don't know what the window is, 30, 90 days, whatever, some amount of time. I'm still within my window here. I'd like to return these 5 cartloads of toilet paper. And then, if a bunch of people do the same thing, then what's Walmart going to do? Then they've got a ton of toilet paper.
That's a different kind of toilet paper flash mob. That's the
reverse flash mob.
Yeah, the return line at Walmart when they're all trying to take it back.
Let's go to the phones here, get to your calls and thoughts. We got Mentos. He's on the line here.
The fresh maker.
That's right. He's making it fresh on our Discord server. You're on Free Talk Live.
Yo. I was calling in because I had a question about some of your YouTube channels. One of them specifically, Free Talk Live clips.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just wondering, how come you guys don't take clips of your show recently? Is it because of YouTube's censorship algorithm?
No, it's more simple than that. So you're referring to the Clips channel, which sort of came on. It came on back in 2014, 2015, and it lasted for a little while, and then it kind of went away. And then a couple of years ago, we brought it back again, and then it went away again. Basically, it was a guy named Eric Freerock who was doing the work of cutting up the clips. Back in the early days, he just did it for the love of doing it and, taking donations or whatever. He just wanted to do it. And then, he got busy with buying a house and having a baby and things like that. And he kind of dropped off. And so then we ended up actually hiring him to come back and do some clips work for us on a monthly basis. But it wasn't getting the views that really could justify having it operate. So we just, we trashed it.
I see.
Supply and demand.
Feel free to make as many clips as you would like of our show and upload them to wherever you would like. By all means, you're welcome to do that.
If I ever learn how to do so, I will.
Oh, it's not hard. I mean, all you got to do is get a video editing program, and then download our videos from whichever site, Twitch or whatever, and then cut them up. The thing is, it's incredibly time consuming. Doing video editing is, this isn't the most time-consuming work because you don't have to do a whole lot to it, although he was doing some more, he would add in photos, he'd add in pictures into the video as well, so it was a little more interesting because of that than just us sitting here in the studio. And so he was doing some good work with it. I thought he did a good job.
To it,
I thought he did a good job with it.
Put some personality into it.
It costs money to do that, and the AMP program honestly has been going down over the years, not up. So we don't have as much money that we can spend on things like that, and so it just wasn't worth it, considering the typical video wasn't getting more than a couple dozen views.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, it's not cool, but it is what it is.
Yep. Yeah. On top of that, well, why not? Who's the guy that does your FTL Digest?
His name is Riley Blake.
He does a good job.
Yeah, he does a great job.
How come you won't? Why not just ask him to do it?
He's blind.
That's interesting. I did not know that.
You can't have a blind video editor.
Yeah. You could.
Yeah, I guess you could. He could still do it by audio and then just fade the clips together.
Might make some avant-garde, videos.
It might it might be difficult though to run the video editing software as a blind person. I don't know. But I don't know if Riley. I have not asked Riley, hey, how you doing financially? I know he puts cryptocurrency donation links on. Or donation addresses on all of his FTL clips.
Yeah, if you listen to the clips, that the digest version of Free Talk Live, please consider donating to Riley.
I'm sure he'd appreciate it.
Job.
He's still doing it. I think he's been at it for at least 3 years now, doing those FTL digests, which is really cool.
Wow,
and,
that's a long time.
Yeah, and something I've always said is, hey, look, we don't believe in intellectual property here, so I honestly don't care if somebody could like make clips of Free Talk Live on a YouTube channel and monetize it and make a bunch of money off of it. I'd be like, that's awesome, congratulations. We couldn't figure out how to do it.
Please come and do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you can take take Free Talk Live and like sell it on DVD or whatever, like make T-shirts, sell those, I don't care.
It's easier said than done.
That's what I'm saying.
Especially during these times because, well, like I just mentioned earlier, like because of how YouTube and Google and all these censorship laws or policies coming into play, and it's a huge mess. And not only that, they're always cracking down on anything political. So, like I said, good luck with that.
Thanks, Menthos. I appreciate your call. Thanks for asking about that. So I appreciate hearing from you.
I'd like to make a point about YouTube. It's not really YouTube. It's their tube.
Yeah.
It really is. It's their tube. They do whatever they want with it. And, if it affects you, they don't care.
Yeah. And you provide the content and they make money off of it. And if they feel like giving you a cut, they will. If they feel like reducing the amount they give to you, then
if
they'll
you
do
subscribe to a very specific and narrow set of parameters, then you might get a cut.
855-450 free like freedom. That's 855-450-3733.
But if you put the wrong content on, you will get cut.
You can bring up whatever is on your mind here on Free Talk Live. And we got more to say on the toilet paper shortage.
Yeah, like cancel culture.
And bring up whatever you want here. Take control of the airwaves on Free Talk Live.
Gold has definitely been on the move recently, and there is no more secure investment historically. McIlvaney ICA has been helping people take delivery of precious metals and find storage options for decades. They've helped thousands of investors with their precious metal IRAs. Call ICA today for your free portfolio review at 800-525-9556 or download their free report online at ICAGoldSilver.com to learn how you can double your gold and silver ounces even within an IRA. 800-525-9556. ICAGoldSilver.com.
Do you want more businesses accepting Bitcoin Cash and Dash? Now with AnyPay, you earn passive income for every purchase at those businesses. Finally, a financial incentive to spread Bitcoin Cash and Dash. You made it happen, so you receive the rewards. Download the AnyPay Cash Register app and add your cryptocurrency wallet addresses. Then install it at a real-life business and tell us what you did at AnyPayInc.com. AnyPayInc.com.
I can definitely say that I have found the best cryptocurrency wallet. Certainly the best named one. I'm Mark Edge, and I love the Edge wallet. I've been using it for the last few months. You can buy, sell, trade, and hold your cryptocurrency securely. I trust my holdings of all the major cryptocurrencies to Edge wallet, and you should too. No long phrases to memorize, just a username and password. Secure your freedom with Edge wallet. Get it now on Apple or Android in the App Store or at edge.app. The next generation wallet is coming from Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to send, earn, spend, and exchange digital money in seconds. Send money around the globe with only a swipe. Instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat right in the mobile app and withdraw directly to your bank account. Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with crypto. Multi-tiered masternodes allow everyone to partake in the network. Visit DivvyProject.org. DivvyProject.org.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market. Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com. The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
Join the LRN.FM Discord for live chat 24/7 at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm.
Free Talk Live, dial in, toll free, bring up what you want. Take control of the airwaves here. 855-450 free like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms, and they sound the best. So if you want to sound almost like you're sitting here in the studio with us, jump onto those. Like our last caller and our next caller, you can join those over at discord.lrn.fm. In the studio tonight, it's Ian.
And Captain Kickass.
Also, are you 100% sure you're going to have a great retirement, or maybe you're having some doubts? You might want to check with Tom Young, the author and founder of the CFO Project, where he can show you how to be debt-free in 9 years or less, including your mortgage, without spending a single dollar more. With the current state of the federal debt at $23 trillion and unfunded liabilities at $127 trillion, you can't wait to take control of your money. Don't let your retirement savings be used to bail out the government. Instead of building a plan, Tom can show you how to create strategies now and save money without penalties and as little government involvement as possible. His new book, The Family Money Farm, The CFO Project, will show you how to build wealth and eliminate debt at the same time. You can get your free copy now at cfo-project.com. Invest in yourself and your family today. Get your free copy of The Family Money Farm, The CFO Project, at cfo-project.com. As we continue here, we go to Gene, the Christian anarchist. And then I know you wanted to talk about cancel culture, Captain, but Gene, you're on Free Talk Live calling from Tennessee.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Goonerman Goon Squad and this call that you got earlier about how they really don't have any authority and people need to realize that that is the case. They just need to open their mind to this idea that they don't have any authority, and then they will just go away.
Yeah, well, that's a great idea, but it requires people to actually want them to go away and want them to not have authority. And I think a lot of people want a government to tell them what to do.
Well, that is a problem. We have a culture now of people that just want gimme, 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 and they want free stuff. And those idiots in Washington, D.C. will keep claiming they're going to give them free stuff, and they'll give them a little sprinkle here and there, but they never really meet their needs. You know, they never provide what's really needed. So,
well, and you got a situation like this coronavirus thing, and this kind of a situation, even though some people are being critical of government's response, they will look at it as a partisan issue. Oh, well, if it weren't for Trump, then blah, 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 blah.
And they already are, largely.
Yeah. And so this, of course, is happening in an election year, and you know this is going to be a political football for the election. So they don't see this as a government failure as much as they see it as a partisan failure of the other side is screwing it up. If only our side was in charge, then we would be helping everyone. The tests would be free. The government would be taking care of people. They'd be building hospitals or whatever. And this is what they think government is for. This is one of the reasons why they believe that they need the state. See, oh, well, if it weren't for the government, well, we'd have no toilet paper.
Well, the government says I should do a thing. What am I supposed to do? Not do the thing?
Yes, and I have a funny story. Yeah. Well, it's funny, but it's not funny really when you think about it. But because we're in the medical field and we're watching the CDC's recommendations, and they literally yesterday changed from morning to afternoon. They completely flip-flopped.
Really?
In the morning, they were saying that healthcare providers do not need to wear a mask. Only infected patients should be wearing a mask. That's what they said yesterday morning.
Right.
By evening, they had completely flip-flopped and said, no, all healthcare providers need to wear a mask. So, and these are the idiots that are calling the shots, and people are saying, well, I can't live without these people telling me what to do. Well,
what would we
they
do
don't know
without
what
them?
to do.
Yeah,
they're a bunch of idiots. You're listening to idiots, and you want advice from idiots?
Yeah,
what does that make you?
Bureaucrats should not be dictating hospital policy.
But they don't see it that way. They see them as experts. I mean, he's a surgeon general. He's the top doctor in the United States. You know, and there's this mythology around these positions.
It's true.
Yes, and all of these positions behind the scenes are being influenced by money. Mm-hmm. So whoever pays the most. Now, there's another thing that you need to look out for in the future, because we currently have a lot of very effective medicines that are generic. They're cheap and they're effective. And they're trying to find any kind of reason to make those things, to take them off the market. Like right now, there's I forget the name of this drug that's used for respiratory problems. And it's very cheap and it's very effective. But they're saying, oh, there's like 1 in a bazillion chance that you're going to have this kind of side effect. And so they're going to blow that out of proportion and say, well, this is dangerous. We have to take it off the market so we can replace it with these other drugs that cost $500 a month.
Hey, Gene, I want to just shift the topic a little bit here, because I would like your opinion on this. What do you think of all of the events that are being canceled as a result of the hysteria surrounding the coronavirus? We've seen the NBA, the NBA, the NHL, some other sporting,
every convention.
Conventions are being canceled. Rock concerts are being canceled. All that kind of stuff. What are your thoughts about all that?
Well, again, I'm not a medical doctor, but my personal thoughts are that it's just way overkill, because if you look at the number of cases even in China, if you go back to when it first broke out in China, and now, believe it or not, we have Chinese friends who are offering to send us masks, because in their Chinese news media, they're getting all this news that says how bad the coronavirus is in the United States. And so they're thinking that we need supplies, and we were trying to send stuff back there a month ago. Now they're trying to send stuff to us. So it's just, I think it's overblown, because obviously the percentage of the population who's getting infected is really very, very small. The death rate is pretty bad on this disease, especially for people who have pre-existing conditions.
Well, especially for the elderly.
Right.
People
and the elderly, because they always have they always have conditions. So us old folks, we need to watch out for it, because it could be lethal for us. But most young people, in fact children, I think, are almost barely affected by this thing. So, I mean, I don't know for sure, but from what I've seen by statistics, I don't see too many children getting this thing. So,
Gene, thanks for sharing. Anything else you want to throw out there? Go ahead.
No, I mean, this is probably an effective disease for getting rid of all of us old people that are, being a drain on society. So,
well, it was nice that we got to meet you, Gene.
Yeah,
we appreciate
it. I'll
Gene.
check out.
Thanks for the call, man. I appreciate hearing from you. Let's see if we get Jeff on here from Daytona Beach, listening to WNDB. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, hi. I'm calling from the Daytona Beach area.
Yes,
here
you
in
are.
Florida.
Welcome.
And I just wanted to thank you. And I just wanted to say that I haven't heard anything about all these sports events being canceled, and there's season ticket holders that have paid in advance, and some of them have been in, they've had the same seats for years.
Yep.
And I'm just curious, has anybody addressed the idea that are they going to get their money back? Is it going to be prorated? If they don't pay, they're going to lose their...
I was going to ask you that, because I know that at least in the case of a lot of these conventions, they're not offering refunds. They have offered sort of a make-good ticket for 2021. Some of the conventions have. But yeah, I'd be curious to know how the sporting events are handled.
Some of the sporting events are going to continue, but without any audience attending.
Yeah, but what can the audience do? Can they get their money back, or are they just screwed? It's like, well, sorry, in the fine print of your tickets, it says if there's a cancellation due to an act of God, we don't give you a refund. Jeff, I don't know if you had more to say. If you do, you're welcome to stick with us and say it. 855-450, free like freedom. If you want to share your experience and thoughts, you are welcome to join us as well. This is Free Talk Live. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com.
Free Talk Live is now on more than 200 radio stations nationwide. We've had more than 18 million podcast downloads, and we claim millions of listens a month. We're a multimedia ad venue with print, email, web, and terrestrial radio marketing platforms. We strive to have ad packages that cater to advertisers big and small. Contact me today at marketfreetalklive.com to see what we can do for you. Marketfreetalklive.com. If you're a local advertiser, contact this station. But if you can service a national audience, contact me, marketfreetalklive.com.
Negotiation isn't just something union leaders and sports agents do. Your entire day is a series of negotiations. If you have young children, you know that. In fact, your kids can teach you a lot about negotiating with grown-ups. According to the world's greatest negotiator, Herb Cohen, author of You Can Negotiate Anything. Herb says that kids understand the process of decision-making within an organization. When one parent says no, they'll ask the other. And Cohen says children persist and persevere. And like smart negotiators of all ages, kids know that no is an opening bargaining position. With money and attention so scarce now, effective communication skills have never been more important, especially if you're a job seeker. For more tips, hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount. There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
Free Talk Live.
Where did you get this right to tell me what I can do in my business? Where do you get the right?
I support private property.
No, you don't.
You're a liar. You don't understand it.
I'm a liar.
You're either a liar or you don't understand what private property is. One or the other.
Your house is private property.
Yeah, my business is too.
You open up a business
it is
public. Now it's
open
not
to
private.
the public.
As far as I'm concerned,
well,
that's just an opinion.
You can redefine property if that's what you want to do. Where do you get the right to tell me what I can do in my business?
My lungs. So when they pass a law,
the government
has lungs, sir.
The law. You just pointed it out.
I'm being silly.
The law.
You're being a Nazi.
You're absolutely right. The law is what gives you the right. The law is a bunch of words written on paper by liars and thieves, and you're willing to use that force that they have to reach your own ends. When you're willing to do that, then anybody can do anything to you.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. Live video of our key New Hampshire-based shows is streamed on DLive. Please follow and share at dlive.lrn.fm. That's dlive.lrn.fm.
Free Talk Live, we invite you to join us on the radio. If you want to talk about the coronavirus, the panic buying that's been going on out there, that's been the overarching topic here tonight. The toilet paper, the run on toilet paper, hand sanitizers, but that's about it. It's like people haven't really figured that they might need some other stuff too. If there's going to be a crazy, run on things, maybe food or water would be something you're going to need.
Soap, perhaps.
Soap, yeah. But so far, it's been mostly toilet paper, and we had a piece from the New York Times that actually interviewed some of the industry people about, why are things the way they are? Why are the shelves on store shelves sold out of toilet paper all over the place?
And we touched a little bit up on the cancellation of events as a result of the overhyping of this particular thing, and that's what I meant about cancel culture. Cancel culture as a term has taken on a new specific portion of meaning with all your cultural events being canceled.
Well, yeah, because it had to do previously with
if you will, right?
But now, literally, and that's what I was saying earlier this week. It's like 2020. It's one of those years that's sort of a special year. It's 20 and 20. You're not going to ever have that again in your lifetime, right? Like it's a unique kind of sounding year.
No, it's not.
No, I don't know what the word is. Repetitive, but it seems like a special year, and it's so lame. Like it's like the lamest year yet. You can't go out and do anything at this point. There's nothing to do. Even if you wanted to go out and do something, you can't even do it. I was saying that there's a story in let's see, I think it's, where is it here? This is
it
Deadline.
is as if we've woken up and the world has gotten more bonkers just overnight.
It's more boring overnight because there's less to do. Now, look, I'm not the kind of person who goes out and does a whole lot of stuff anyway, but it'd be nice to be able to if I wanted to. And like we were going to go to LibertyCon, which was going to be an event, a libertarian convention in D.C. That's been canceled. There's other things. This headline from Deadline.com right now, weekend box office headed to 22-year low at $58 million. The last time it was this low was 1998, $58.5 million at the box office. Not only are fewer people just choosing to go to the theaters, there's a headline here, or not a headline, but a tweet from the Alamo Drafthouse Theaters chain. I guess they have more than just one. I thought it was like Austin, Texas or something like that. But until further notice, our Brooklyn and Yonkers locations are closed. So you can't even go to the movie theater in that case. And you know what's going to happen? The people that work at those theaters, they're going to get laid off.
When do we get to cancel government?
Right? Like what? Yeah, I would love to see that happen. If that actually happened as a result of this, then I would be cheering this on. But instead, there's just nothing to do, and they're telling people to just stay home and self-isolate. You've got headlines now that internet companies are removing their internet caps, so now you can, watch as much Netflix as you want to, or whatever.
Is this the part of the science fiction movie that has yet to be made where we become the batteries, we're like slowly
like the Matrix?
Being, put into our little pods, and now we're being, we no longer, you're not going to need legs. Everything can be delivered. You're not going to need arms. You'll have tubes feeding you and everything. And, just the energy that you put off is what the aliens will use for batteries.
Jeff, you're in Daytona Beach listening to WNDB there, and I just wanted to see if you had more to say, and you stuck around, so I figured you did. So go ahead.
Well, okay, thank you very much. I had another very funny story to tell you. Maybe it's more tragic. I was at my favorite supermarket last night here in the area, and I've lived here for over 20 years, and I've seen massive hurricanes, lots of them storms, and I've never seen anything like this. I mean, this tops tops it, with people just tearing stuff off the shelves and everything. So I went in and all the toilet paper was gone, but I did manage to get a few things like some pasta and they had BOGOs for pasta sauce and all that kind of stuff. So I had put stuff in my carriage, and I was going around, and I stopped to read the ingredients on one of the packages, and I looked over and my carriage was gone. So I said, and then someone said somebody might have taken it by accident. And I had some regular supplies in there that you'd want, and I went around and somebody stole my carriage with my stuff in it. That's how crazy it is. I mean, and I went up and around and the aisles, and I was looking for it, and I said, no, someone took it. This wasn't an accident. Somebody didn't dump it off. And I also then had two things in my mind at the same time. I wanted to catch the thief just to find out who did it, but also I said if I waited any longer, the few things I can replace will be gone. So it was like
just
kind
go
of
get it
amusing,
again.
Yeah, right.
Wow. Yeah,
So
thanks
now
for
I
sharing
went
that because, we've been actually one of the aspects of this we haven't covered really yet are the fights. We usually cover the Black Friday brawls that happen on Black Friday in the United States. Well, it seems like it's worse over this, right? Because, at least on Black Friday, it's just people who want to get a TV or something like that. And there's not that many of, they don't feel like it's life and death in most cases, whether they get it or not. But in this case, people are getting really crazy.
It's not spring break. It's spring breakout.
Yep.
Right. This is primitive. This is survival. This is food. It was incredible.
Right.
Jeff, all the water was gone. Today was gone. Yep.
Good call, man. Thanks for sharing that story with us. I appreciate it. Story over at the dailymail.co.uk. Brawls and screaming matches breaking out at stores across the country as coronavirus panic buying intensifies and national emergency declared. Disturbing footage has emerged on social media showing fights breaking out across the United States as Americans
it's going to go viral.
Are stocking up on supplies amid the emergency. Two separate videos posted from New York and Georgia yesterday, which showed intense and brutal fights erupting between tense customers battling through the crowds flooding into stores. A brawl erupted in a Georgia Sam's Club packed with shoppers, during which two feuding men slashed each other with broken wine bottles.
This sounds like bum fights, except, recent.
A second incident in Costco in Brooklyn saw an employee pleading with two women to calm down after a screaming match began when carts collided in the mobbed store. And then in a video posted on Twitter Thursday evening, a violent fight in a Sam's Club in Georgia was captured by another shopper. According to a statement from the city of Hiram, Georgia, police officers responding to the store for report of an assault in progress came upon two men suffering from multiple cuts, slashing each other with broken wine bottles. Just crazy people going all off the rails. And then also the Wall Street Journal reporting on grocers failing to keep up with demand as the coronavirus pandemic spreads. Just all kinds of stories about this out there. There are photographs in also the Daily Mail here about Manhattan stores mobbed while New Yorkers stockpile supplies as the mayor issues a desperate plea for calm. They show photographs of people standing in lines going outside the store, around the block, lines actually in the store where the shoppers can barely even move around. I'm looking at one photograph here of people lined up down an aisle of food. So you have to stand in line just to actually get to the food that's on the shelves. Then you've got to wait to check out.
I just had a revelation. We talk a lot on this program, and at least I do in my circle of friends, about the movie Idiocracy.
Yeah.
And we make jokes about how Idiocracy was not a movie, it was a prophecy.
Documentary.
A documentary. What if we are seeing, these recent events that I call a little bonkers, the whole toilet paper coronavirus bit? What if we are slowly seeing Idiocracy become a reality TV series?
Yeah, it seems like it. We're going to continue here. Of course, your calls and thoughts are welcome. A little bit more from the toilet paper story at the New York Times, where they spoke with some industry experts. In normal times, toilet paper demand grows by only a few percentage points each year, mirroring the population growth. But they're saying that, right now it's a huge demand and the toilet paper is only manufactured to sort of just meet the regular supply. Asked about shortages, many retailers wouldn't commit to a specific timetable for when shelves would be restocked, calling the situation fluid. A retail analyst of Strategic Resource Group said big box retailers like Costco and BJ's Wholesale Club have been able to restock most empty shelves within a few hours or by the next morning, according to his survey of hundreds of stores across the country this week. But that, even if they restock the shelves in the morning, by the afternoon, it's all sold out. Mm-hmm. But it's clear that the retailers, even those with experience in dealing with crisis-related demand before, say, a hurricane or blizzard, are being tested as demand surges across the country all at once. Walmart says it was adjusting its supply routes to keep up. The company is picking up many high-demand products at factories and shipping them in trucks directly to stores, bypassing their distribution centers. The frenzied buying was acknowledged Friday in the Rose Garden when Trump stood next to the executives of major retailers, including Walmart. The toll-free number here is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. We got moments remaining. Enough time for you, maybe, if you call now. Free Talk Live.
Complement your health with hemp-derived cannabinoid oil. We've always believed that the closer to Earth, the better it is for our bodies. Our hemp-derived cannabinoid oil is phytocannabinoid-rich, full-spectrum, and organically grown. Finally, hemp made easy, clean, and effective. GCNhemp.com or call 877-878-4203. That's right, we cut through the red tape. It's now available at GCNhemp.com or call 877-878-4203.
Would you like to get back that full head of hair from years past? Introducing Reveal from GCNLife.com. Beverly Hills dermatologist Dr. Nathan Newman invented Reveal, which contains polypeptides with natural botanicals and no parabens, sulfates, silicones, or dyes for a salon-quality hair growth product. Reveal. Here's Dr. Newman.
I've treated a lot of patients who lose their hair and they lose their confidence. We've created a unique set of polypeptides, which we call HPT6. The HPT6 contains the polypeptides from 6 different plants. The scalp infusion treatment should be used on wet or dry scalp. The Reveal hair care system is designed to be used for men and women alike.
Get Reveal at GCNLife.com with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So try Reveal today at GCNLife.com or 844-443-6637. Plus a discount up to 25% off for Reveal at GCNLife.com or 844-443-6637.
Are you afraid to go to the mailbox because of letter after letter from the IRS? Are they stacking on more and more penalties and interest? By now, you know the problem won't go away on its own. Don't let the IRS chase you to your grave with penalties and interest and liens and levies. You need real help now. I'm Dan Pilla. I wrote the book on tax debt settlement, and I help thousands of people solve tax problems they thought couldn't be solved. I can help you too. Call 800-34-NO-TAX or go to my website, danpilla.com. That's danpilla.com. danpilla.com.
The political world is a maddening cesspool of corruption and lies. Nobody tells the truth. Nobody keeps campaign promises. Nobody obeys the Constitution. Nobody puts the people first. How can we ever escape this web of tyranny? Vote for nobody.
Hi, my name is Nobody. I'm running for governor of New Hampshire because nobody knows how to live your life better than you do, and nobody deserves that kind of power. I want to put you back in control of your money, your lifestyle, your work, your body, and your life. Nobody should rule you but you. New Hampshire convicts many people of so-called crimes that should never have been prosecuted. If elected, I will pardon every victimless crime in New Hampshire history. This includes drug, gambling, prostitution, gun, and driving offenses. Nobody should have a criminal record when they have not harmed anybody.
Wouldn't it be nice to have nobody telling you what to do? Learn more at electnobody.com. electnobody.com.
What if you want to hear the latest episode of Free Talk Live, but all you have is your phone, you forgot to download our archive, and you have no data connection? You can call our Listen line at 641-793-0191. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-0191. The Free Talk Live Listen line, 641-793-0191.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up in any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
Free Talk Live. Moments remain. Maybe enough time for you if you get on the lines now at 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. You can join us this summer if you feel like, being around people. That is.
If you want to people, you can do your peopling at a specific place.
Yes, Forkfest 2020, June 29th until July 5th. What will the situation in the country be at that time? I don't know, but you might want to bring your own toilet paper just in case.
We might have to do some anti-social distancing.
Forkfest.party is where you can go to learn more about this libertarian, decentralized camping festival. Decentralized, meaning there's no organizers, meaning there's no ticket prices, meaning that no one can cancel this event. Unless, of course, the campground itself closes down entirely, which hopefully that won't happen. But otherwise, it's on for June 29th till July 5th at Rogers Campground, the beautiful White Mountains of New Hampshire. It's going to be a great location full of cool people. You can relax and go camping with other liberty-minded folks, or you can create a thing for people to do. Maybe you want to showcase your musical talents, or perhaps you would like to put together a poker game, or some other kind of game night thing. Maybe you want to have speeches at your tent, or whatever. You can come up with whatever you want to do. It's your campsite. You create the curriculum, attract other people to it, or put a big barrier around it and keep everyone out. Whatever you want to do at your campsite. At forkfest.party, we want to see you there. If you care about freedom, there's no better place to be to celebrate Independence Day than around other liberty-loving people here in the Shire. Go to forkfest.party to learn more about the event. As we continue, we'll take your calls and thoughts. Diane is on the line in Grand Rapids listening to WTKG. Hello, Diane.
Hi. I called in because you mentioned earlier about different governments that were shutting down our freedom of assembly.
Yeah.
They are actually doing that in Michigan.
Really?
And and we can't have anybody assembling.
What's the limit? Is there a certain number? Because I think it was Ohio limited at 100 people and Washington State at 250.
Yeah, it's 250 here, but they're shutting down even smaller ones as well.
Wow.
But today I was very much looking forward to going to our Libertarian State Convention and seeing the people running for office, and had registered for it, and it was called off yesterday. And I'm very unhappy.
Even the political conventions are being called off. Wow.
100%. And somebody said that online that they might try to do it, to have an online video conference, and then someone else said, well, that's against our bylaws. We can't do that. We have to get together. And so it's just
it's really sad if the libertarians are canceling their conventions because they're supposed to be challenging the state and the status quo, but instead it sounds like they're just going along to get along.
Well, the government's going to do all sorts of things. Like there was another article we had prepped for tonight that we probably won't get to about a White House briefing that was put on, but they took everybody's temperature and even turned somebody away because they had a bit of a fever.
Well, that's the thing, is I've been sick and people are so mean.
Really?
You cough once and they think you're trying to kill them. And I thought, at least I can go to the Libertarian Convention, sit in the back row, and no one will care if I sneeze.
Wow.
And
and you can't.
It was canceled. So.
Thanks for sharing that with us, Diane. I appreciate hearing from you. As we continue, let's bring Josh on the line in Springfield, Illinois, watching us on YouTube. Go ahead, Josh.
Hi, I just want to say people are going completely crazy about this coronavirus. We just had a confirmed case, and people are going complete nuts. And
give me an example. What are you seeing?
Okay, so right now, it was at 5:30 Central Time that they announced it, and so far we have they have a Facebook group that displays what people are doing. Schools canceled, which I agree with, but people are buying toilet paper more than ever. There's no food in Aldi, County Market, Walmart.
Really? Have you been there and seen that personally, or are you just going on what other folks have posted as far as video and photos?
Other folks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a mess. So
what are you going to do about it? Are you living at home with your parents, or what's your status?
Yeah, I'm living at home with my parents, and I got a radio station that I put Free Talk Live on.
Awesome.
Dude, that's awesome.
Like a broadcast, like a pirate radio station?
Yeah.
That's super cool, man. I got to say
thank you.
Thank you so much.
I live stream. Yeah, I live stream sometimes, but that depends. I'm currently having some audio issues. But.
Well, maybe now that people are staying home so much more, we'll get some new listenership out of that. Maybe there's some, a silver lining here for us. Josh, thanks for the call, man. Thanks for the report. The toll-free number, 855-450-FREE. Ooh, I didn't mean to hit the drop button on that. Oh, man, I just dropped a call accidentally. Whoops. Call back in there, caller who just got dropped unceremoniously, as we go to the Mortified Penguin. He's on our Discord server. You're on Free Talk Live.
Hey guys, really quickly, I wanted to talk about kind of my thoughts about this whole situation with the economy and how Dow Jones and the index and the stock market's taking a big hit. Everybody's taking a big hit in the retirement accounts. And the government seems to have an issue, a solution. The state, the Federal Reserve and the government need to pump those numbers up. They want to pump those numbers up, get everything, all the numbers looking right, people's accounts looking good, the stock market back up. $1.5 trillion bailouts from the Federal Reserve. And you know, at this point, I think this even further radicalizes me in the libertarian sense, and it should. Everyone listening.
That $1.5 trillion injection, as they call it, into the economy by the Federal Reserve is a tax. What I guess, and that's a pretty good point that you bring up that we haven't touched on. That is a tax, effectively. That $1.5 trillion is going to be paid for, but it's going to be paid for by everybody who does business in that denomination. And that is a tax on you. Your dollar, your USD, get ready because it's going to be worth even less than it currently is.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. And in addition, when these things happen, they receive they receive the money from the government at a higher value. As it trickles down in the economy, the devaluation occurs. It doesn't occur all at once. So but it just shows that, you know, how fake it is. It's all monopoly money, all of it, all the dollars, all the economy. If they can just go in and change the balance sheets, just cook the books up just to make the numbers look good, just to make people feel confident that their retirements aren't looking bad and the market's not losing too much, because it would make, you know, this Federal Reserve, this president, this, you know, everything.
Well, they got to help the bankers out. I mean, geez. It's the bankers. They're so important. Hey, great call tonight, Mortified Penguin. I appreciate it. And it is a good reason for folks to really start to look at the idea of doing something else with those dollars and getting them out. We talked about buying cryptocurrency. Gold, of course, is also, you know, precious metal, silver.
Speaking of silver linings, perhaps more people begin adopting cryptocurrency and using it as, you know, a method of trade, at least an alternative to what's currently out there.
Yeah, and the more that you can take out of the U.S. dollar and the more value that you can put into these alternatives, the more protected I think that your value is, because we've seen, of course, precious metals, they have a long history of keeping up with inflation.
Yep.
So that's always a good way to protect your value. Even as they go up and down over time, they tend to go up. And that's also been true of cryptocurrency in general, too. Now, we only have about 10 years to look at cryptocurrency, so we don't have as long of a time. But still, these are things that the government can't as easily manipulate and they can't touch. Let's go to Jerome. He's on the line. I was wondering when we were going to hear from you tonight, Jerome. There you are. You're on Free Talk Live.
You know, I'm up in age, man. I kind of had to take me a little nap. I hope, you know, when you get to be my age, you'll understand it better.
How old are you,
but
Jerome?
hey, Trump,
I hope we didn't bore you to sleep, man.
No, I'm 63.
All right, very good. What do you want to share?
Trump's the socialist, okay?
Yes,
throwing
he is.
money
Trump's
around
the
like
source
this.
of the corona.
No, he says socialist.
They keep talking about Bernie Sanders. Oh, Bernie. No, Trump's the socialist. $8 billion for this coronavirus. Hey, how much money are they spending on the wall?
Yeah.
Huh? That's a billion here. The deficit is over $1 trillion. He's the darn socialist, okay?
You're right about that, Jerome.
Absolutely.
I believe he has the virus, and they just don't want to say it because they're afraid of the reaction from the country.
Well, yeah, I hope they all have the virus. Everyone in Washington, D.C., in the political scene, I hope they all get it.
Wait, aren't most politicians old?
Yes, they are.
Aren't they like a more affected demographic?
Hey, Jerome, thanks. I wish we had more time, but we don't. I'm going to see if we can get Buster, or actually John was the guy I accidentally hung up on. John, you got 20 seconds. I apologize. Go ahead.
No problem, boss. I just want to know, and you guys don't have to answer, how many people do you know with the coronavirus?
0.
How many people? How many people do you know that knows somebody that even knows somebody that has the coronavirus?
I haven't heard anything about anybody knowing anybody who has the coronavirus. And if you didn't get on tonight, and most of the people on hold didn't, because everybody started calling at the end of the show. Although it was busy all night, we weren't full all night. So call tomorrow. We're going to be on again for our Sunday edition. We'll start at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. If you want to get your thoughts out, whether it's on coronavirus or whatever's on your mind, we will take your calls then. Online, you can join us in the meantime at freetalklive.com. Check out Captain Kickass, lcaptainkickass.com for his website.
Our history classes start teaching the Constitution around 1776 or even later. The foundation of our Constitution goes deeper than that. Without examining the context that gave America its principles and its founding documents, we cannot understand the foundation of our liberty and our constitutional republic. Liberty First University teaches online classes in a way that all ages find compelling and understandable, from middle school to law school. Join us at lfu.freetalklive.com to watch the free pre-recorded webinar. Watch now at lfu.freetalklive.com.
Do you want to work from home, get paid, and forward liberty all at the same time? Free Talk Live is looking for account executives and appointment setters. If you've got a phone, a computer, internet connectivity, initiative, and a belief in the non-aggression principle, you're qualified. Earn up to $85,000 a year full-time, $25,000 a year part-time. Set your own hours, work from home, spread freedom. Join our team and work with one of the biggest leaders in the liberty movement. Apply now at sales.freetalklive.com. Sales.freetalklive.com.
Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org. Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,675. Silver at $17.35. And Bitcoin is trading around $9,122. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, Operation Palladium has begun. Hundreds of agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement have entered New York and other sanctuary cities in a fresh attempt to round up undocumented immigrants. Mid-Press News reports the directive, according to officials, is simple. Arrest as many undocumented immigrants as possible and flood the streets with officers. Beginning a 24/7 surveillance and detention program, ICE leadership has requested over 500 special agents who normally work fighting trafficking and organized crime to bolster the agency's numbers. That follows an earlier decision to deploy immigration SWAT teams to round up undocumented immigrants in sanctuary cities. New York Times reporter Annie Carrill shared a viral image taken through a peephole of a Bronx apartment, showing an ICE agent brandishing an assault weapon and demanding to enter. Carrill claims that the officers were going door to door, threatening to force their way in, and residents said they did not present a warrant, both breaches of the law. Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. News of the coronavirus and the resulting potentially deadly disease spreading throughout the United States and across the world continues to develop rapidly. The Mind Unleashed reports that according to a map managed by Johns Hopkins, there are now over 101,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and nearly 3,500 deaths worldwide. The CDC, meanwhile, is reportedly refusing to test a nurse with symptoms that volunteered to assist with COVID-19 patients at a California hospital. According to a letter posted on Twitter by Dr. Eric Feigl-Ding, the CDC claims that she cannot be tested because she was properly protected during her time volunteering. Meanwhile, Dr. Feigl-Ding said that 22 million Californians are now eligible for free medically necessary COVID-19 testing. However, there may still be a discrepancy when it comes to deciding which situations warrant testing and which ones don't. As coronavirus panic hits the United States, a financial lobbying group is attempting to use the crisis to push through the deregulation of its industry. Mid-Press News reports the Bank Policy Institute, a Washington-based lobbying organization representing many of the nation's largest banks, released a set of proposals this week, the most important of which recommends that the Federal Reserve lower capital requirements to zero. That would mean banks could lend an unlimited amount without having any assets or wealth to back it up. It also advocated relaxing the so-called stress tests that force banks to show that they can withstand economic shocks. This, it claims, would help America fight the COVID-19 virus. The report's lead author was BPI CEO Greg Baer, former managing director of J.P. Morgan Chase. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
We at the Onion Week in Review are compelled to inform viewers that while this entire segment is indeed one small part of the giant perverse joke, the upshot is that the next minute of your life will be no more or less pointless than if you were to spend it with a loved one, mentoring an at-risk youth, or simply wallowing in your own feculence. In other news, Harley Davidson and Jack Daniels collaborate on a local felony. A churchgoer blanks on why she is lighting a votive candle. And please ring the bell and the boy will come round momentarily for your bags. For more news, visit theonion.com/newsbeat.
All right, and welcome back, everyone. This is Questioning Authority Live, and so we're not laughing now, right? And once again, I've come here on by the seat of my pants. I don't have any of my show prep ready, but here we go. So we're not laughing now. All the people who are like, oh, what do you have all that storable food for? Oh, you're a fearmonger. Oh, you're panicking. Well, you know what? Guess what? The fucking... I have plenty of toilet paper and these people don't, right? And I'm unsure what to think of this whole corona thing. I'm not just going to be talking about that, but since that's literally the topic du jour, like everyone is fucking talking about it, I have to at least. And also some interesting news is coming out of it too, right? Especially the way the government and the powers that be and the people in charge are dealing with it, right? I'm going to show you two opposite ends of the spectrum in regards to corona responses. New York City versus the United Kingdom. Going to talk about that. Going to be talking about Was that union worker who confronted Joe Biden, was he an NRA plant? Going to be talking about my demand that Andy Gillam's body cam footage be released, or not his footage, but the body cam footage of him be released. Going to be talking about good news for weeaboos. All you have to do to go to Japan and claim asylum there is to be in a conflict with your family. Going to talk about how education sucks in this country. Going to talk about TikTok and the future political pundits are on TikTok. And bunch of usual shit. It's going to be an episode. And if you'd like to plus your calls and thoughts at 603-283-6160 or discord.lrn.fm to join in on the on-air call-in lines. And so now, let's see here. So now this is some of the biggest... So actually, I got to say, I was listening to the Alex Jones show yesterday, and Jones went from saying how this was a globalist hoax to now saying... There's nanobots inside everyone's body that 5G is activating and it's attacking your respiratory system. I kid you not. He literally said there's fucking nanobots in everyone's body that the globalists released that is being triggered by 5G. And now one of the, this one conspiracy theory, and this guy who's actually an alumni from Kegsand College that I met, like only when he was graduating, and we keep contact. He's the only other saved person I know from campus. He's been going on saying that, like, Vincent, this thing is activated by 5G. This is different. And I mean, I don't really know what to believe at this point. I don't know, like, if at one point I was starting to believe in, like, the Free Talk Live, majority Free Talk Live position that the coronavirus doesn't exist. But yeah, and I mean, like, so far, but that's the thing. Just because it's not affecting your location doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to. And really, I think I checked the coronavirus map, and there's 7 cases in New Hampshire and 3 cases in Vermont. But that's just what the government knows about, right? And I've been saying to people that was the first case, I think it was somewhere in Grafton County so far, right? Most of the cases have been in Grafton County because some asshole went to a party when he knew he was sick, right? And so now there's more people, and so I was telling people because campus has been totally shut down. Oh yeah, like literally as soon as I'm done with QA on Wednesday night, right? I ended early because there was someone, a visitor here that I wanted to talk to for a bit. I look at my phone and it's like campus is closed for 2 weeks after vacation. So it's closed essentially until April. And I'm like, son of a bitch. And the classes I was in was closed on Thursday. And it's like, people are taking this real seriously. And I mean, I think it's a good thing overall because it's better to overreact than to underreact. Because, if you overreact, the worst, what's the worst that could happen? The Dow, the stock market goes down for a bit, productivity is down, but we avert, a bunch of deaths. And so maybe, although most people are thinking that because a lot of professors were fear-mongering too, like they're saying to their students, oh yeah, we're all going to get sick, we're going to have to shut down campus before they made the decision or were even talking about shutting down campus. And it's because a lot of the professors are above 50, right? They're all over 50, and the demographic that has to worry the most is people over 50 with immune compromised systems or just respiratory issues, COPD, lifelong smokers. And so we think that the professors demanded that campus be closed because they're afraid of catching it from young people. And so, but anyway, so here I just wanted to play this clip because this is what inspired the title for today's episode, right? And this is from band.video. It's called "To Those Who Mocked Preppers, Your Day of Reckoning Has Arrived."
To all those who mocked preppers, your day of reckoning has arrived. This is Mike Adams here. I'm known as the Health Ranger. I'm the publisher of Pandemic.news and Survival.news, Guns.news, and really hundreds of other websites. I've been an independent publisher for 20 years, and this entire time I've been very open and very public about preparing for the collapse of society. And now, on the verge of this global pandemic exploding across every city in the United States and potentially leading to millions of infections in the U.S., according to certain models, which are now even being studied by the Department of Defense, we've now arrived at this moment where those who did not prepare are just about to explode with panic. For all these years, it's been, I guess, fun for non-preppers to mock people who plan ahead. People like myself and millions of others who stored extra food. In fact, I run a massive international food manufacturing facility. It's called healthrangerstore.com, and we buy food by...
All right, that's why Mike Adams is making such a big deal out of this and upping up the fear-mongering. I gotta say, I think probably, like, if, let's say, this coronavirus thing is overhyped and blown way out of proportion, and mind you, the swine flu had all sorts of deaths, right? I mean, they had all sorts of cases up until, like, if you're looking at the same timeline, and Obama wasn't nearly as proactive as Trump was, and right, and the media barely made a fuss about the swine flu in the beginning, and so now, I mean, I think a lot of the hysteria right now is a result of the Trump derangement syndrome, because the hate Trump media, they've run out of a Russian collusion goodwill, right? No one's going to buy that anymore. They've run out of a Ukraine corruption Kool-Aid, so now they've gone down to the lowest common denominator. They've become so despicable that they're taking advantage of what could be a public health crisis just to bash the president. And, I mean, I got to say that Trump's first term has not been particular. I mean, I don't think it's been particularly good. Obviously, it's certainly not what was promised to us by campaign Trump. But I got to say, his response to this whole virus thing makes me somewhat... or at least his administration, right? Because, he would direct people to do things, and they would do, and he had experts. I watched yesterday's press conference. I didn't watch today's press conference from the Corona Task Force. But the fact that Trump isn't trying to get people to panic, he's trying to get people to stay calm, because panic could only make things worse, right? Article here I'm going to read in the next segment right now, saying, this is from the naturalnews.com, coincidentally, right now, all across America, the coronavirus is spreading through grocery stores. And he lists he lists certain companies, but I don't want to trash talk with companies. So it's spreading through grocery stores and superstores, because that's where all the crowds are. And this whole toilet paper thing, right, it's become a meme at this point. But people are stacking up on toilet paper with, I guess the idea is that in case they're forced to self-quarantine, that they have enough toilet paper that they don't have to start using the drapes or using bed sheets to wipe their ass. Ian has been a huge advocate of using the bidet. Aria suggested using wet wipes, and actually, I am a fan of. I'd say wet wipes are better if you don't want to install a bidet. I mean, I'm kind of Ian has one upstairs. I'm scared to use it, but I mean, it's like. In the video, which I talked about it, the time-lapse video where people are just like, go and get all the toilet paper. But that's the thing, too. The food isn't being touched, right? Some places canned food is going out. Others, it's not. People just get the toilet paper and no food. So, anyways, we're going to continue on to this. This is talk about this hysteria. This is Questioning Authority. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip is the ideal outreach tool to help new people discover cryptocurrency. It's a printable business card-sized tip that you can give to service providers, preferably in addition to a good cash tip. When the server scans the QR code, it'll bring up an explanation of cryptocurrency, how to install a wallet, and allow them to claim the tip. If they don't claim the crypto, you get your tip refunded to you after a time period you specify. Plus, if they do claim the tip, you get an email alert. Create as many tips as you want at cryptotip.org. That's cryptotip.org. Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth $2 per month to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been available on satellite for free 24/7 since 2010. The LRN.FM free-to-air satellite signal is reaching some of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and there's no doubt our ideas are making an impact. You can learn more about the channel's impact by watching the 3-minute video at fund.lrn.fm. If you'd like to help free minds globally with our ideas of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace, you can donate as little as $2 per month via fund.lrn.fm. You can help us continue and expand our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. Visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. Don't forget to share the link on social media. That's fund.lrn.fm. LRN.FM now has a Discord. Discord is a free text and voice chat platform, and we now have our own server with a bunch of channels at discord.lrn.fm. You can join other listeners as they chat about various things during our live shows, or anytime, day or night. Discord software is available cross-platform, so you can have it on whatever device you want and take your chats anywhere. Join our Discord at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm.
Do you want more businesses accepting Bitcoin Cash and Dash? Now with AnyPay, you earn passive income for every purchase at those businesses. Finally, a financial incentive to spread Bitcoin Cash and Dash. You made it happen, so you get the rewards. Download the AnyPay Cash Register app and add your cryptocurrency wallet addresses. Then install it at a real-life business and tell us what you did at anypayinc.com. anypayinc.com.
The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
I've been told no in many different ways.
I give you an order and you're going to obey it.
George, you can go this way. You can do that and you have to leave here.
You cannot bring signs into their rally.
Walk with me.
Well, I'm comfortable here, actually. Whoa. Hey.
Who do you think you are?
Excuse me.
There is no video and audio allowed in this office.
No, I have work today.
You ain't going to make it.
Wait a minute.
Holy free on the road. Hey! Oh my God! Unbelievable! Why are you running from me?
Because you're scared me. What am I being detained for?
You're being served.
What is this?
You're being served.
What is this? Bureaucrats have a funny way of telling people no.
That's the sound of the men working on the chain.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com.
Do you love Twitter? Make sure you favorite the LRN.FM Twitter account so you can receive our tweets at twitter.lrn.fm. That's twitter.lrn.fm.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Questioning Authority Live, and so I'm going to continue talking here about this coronavirus and those people who laugh. To those who mock preppers are not laughing now because they're the ones who are panicking, going to the fucking stores, buying all the toilet paper off the shelves. And but first, actually, I want to share what I'm drinking right now. It's my own concoction. I had one of those. I think it's like limonata or whatever. These, Italian. It's in a can. It's like this Italian fancy lemonade. Sparkling lemonade. I have 3 shots of tequila in here, 1 shot of watermelon margarita mix, and I took Red Bull and I took that limonada and put it together in here. And I guess this is what a new and improved version of a QA cocktail that I created myself. And who was I with? Oh, yeah. So someone in the Discord actually was warning me, saying that because I was talking, I was stocked on everything except booze. I didn't have any booze in the house. I had plenty of wine bottles I stocked up on, but no booze. And someone in the Discord is like, "Oh, Vincent, the shelves are all going to be gone as soon as quarantine hits." So I'm like, "Oh shit." So I asked a friend of mine who has a car. I say on on Thursday, I said, "Hey man, after class, do you want to go to the state store and stock up before there's a run on booze?" He's like, "Yeah, sure." So we go there. He gets like pre-made stuff. He likes to pre-mix stuff because he's self-admittedly lazy. And I'm like, I don't know. So anyway, so we show up there, and I felt like a massive jackass because once again I overreacted. The shelves were full, right? The shelves were stocked with booze. There was so much booze that the shelves barely even had room for all the bottles on there. So I'd be curious to go again like tomorrow or Monday and see just how much booze is left, because when I last checked the toilet paper aisles, which was like last week, it was all fine, right? All the canned food was there, all the toilet paper was there. Ian says he was he went shopping yesterday, and like all of that shit was gone. So just want to see people in the D-Live chat. We have the great Cornholio just followed. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely, Cornholio. I hope you have plenty of TP for your bunghole We have Shay Ginger in the chat in the house. What's up? Tweeting out a Stone Pepe. Nope, not yet. I'll probably save that for the last. Save that for the last segment. Saying we could use natural foliage to wipe your ass, like lamb's ear. Yeah, actually, lamb's ear. I looked up lamb ear just because I wanted to see and know why lambs have such disproportionately big ears, and apparently, yeah, it's a type of leaf. And yeah, you can't use. You can't use just any sort of leaf, right? Because either it's going to hurt your asshole. You definitely don't use poison ivy to wipe your ass unless you're a Democrat or leftist. Then that works out. But so I'm going to continue here.
The tens of tons.
Oh no, it's just him shilling his stuff. So right now I'm going to continue. So this is the from Natural News called right. Oh yeah, 603-283-6160 or discord.lrn.fm if you want to join in on call-in lines. Right now, all across America, the coronavirus is spreading through grocery stores, Costco's, and Sam's Clubs because that's where all the crowds are. By now, and this is by Mike Adams himself, by now everyone knows a coronavirus spreads like crazy through crowded indoor environments, just like any other virus. And because the lying mainstream media and the malicious tech giants that censor coronavirus solutions have been telling people to not prepare, tens of millions of Americans suddenly went into a panic yesterday and started raiding the retail stores like a wave of human locusts. And actually, speaking of telling people not to prepare, it was interesting in the chat here. Baraka66 posted I guess it was real. This old World War II or World War I era poster from Canada that said something like "Good citizens don't hoard supplies." And back then, the government had all sorts of you had to have stamps to buy things, and essentially they had a command economy during the war because they encouraged people to grow victory gardens and such. Which people. I think anyone who owns any property should ought to have some sort of garden themselves. But we're actually going to be talking about that with Bill de Blasio, essentially calling for the U.S. to embrace fascism in order to combat the virus. So that's always interesting whenever you have these. I guess maybe that's more evidence for the horseshoe theory, but I got to finish this article before moving on to the next one. So tens of millions of Americans suddenly went into a panic yesterday and started raiding the retail stores like a wave of human locusts. They're stripping the shelves bare and finding themselves stuck in long lines, some of them snaking for a quarter mile inside the store just to get to checkout counter. This entire time they're exposed to enormous crowds of people who are potentially infected with the coronavirus. And don't forget that coronavirus survives on surfaces for several days, including grocery cart handles, fresh produce, and even cereal boxes. This means those who are infected but don't know it yet are likely scattering coronavirus seeds all across grocery stores. According to my pandemic projection model, revision 3, there are right now about 25,000. So this is Mike Adams' thing, and you obviously take this with a massive grain of salt or even the whole shaker. There are right now about 25,000 coronavirus-infected people in the USA. This means that on average, 1 in every 13,000 people you encounter is infected. Well, here at introverts, we're all going to be safe. And hikikomori and shut-ins. However, the vast majority of these infections are found in 5 areas: New York City, Boston, Washington, D.C., San Fran Bay Area, and Seattle. In those areas, the odds of any particular person being infected is significantly higher, probably close to 1 in 5,000 people. And I was talking to people about this the other day, where if the coronavirus has been found in Grafton County, right, in sparsely populated western New Hampshire, I find it very hard to believe that the virus hasn't already spread in places like Manchester, Concord, and in the Seacoast region, because those are that place is way higher. Densely populated. They have, Manchester Airport. So, I think the virus, I think infections are more widespread than what we're being led to believe. But also, I think it could be a factor that people might get the virus, but since they don't have any compromised immune issues or chest issues, that they just pass it off as a regular chest cold, right? It sounds like a small number, right? But that's because people aren't doing the math on this. If you go to the grocery store in one of these high-risk areas, and if 1,000 other people have gone through that same grocery store on the same day, there's an 18% chance that a coronavirus-infected person went through the same store you went through on that day. Interestingly, people are all asking me to... Okay, so he goes into a bunch of math. So the devastating societal costs of media misinformation that actively mocked people for buying food early on, the absolutely criminal level of censorship by tech giants that has banned the most accurate independent voices who have been warning people now for over 6 weeks. Voices like myself. Okay, so here's the credible people that Mike Adams is referring to. Himself, Chris Martinson, who I never heard of, and Stefan Molyneux, all of whom are widely banned or shadow banned. I will say that somewhere I saw that any post that, unless you're like a doctor or a blue check mark or someone verified by the tech giants, if your post has the word coronavirus, they shadow ban it or censor it or take it down. Just because they want to fight disinfo, which, then they'd have to fight the mainstream media, because the mainstream media spread plenty of fucking disinfo about it. It's like how just a few weeks ago they said that the number one problem related to this virus is people being xenophobic against Chinese people, right? And then, now it's suddenly the end of the world and now's the time to panic, right? I think anytime anyone tells you to panic, that's when you should stop and say, okay, what the fuck am I doing listening to, right? So now suddenly all these people who are against the mainstream media, as soon as they say something they agree with, saying like, yeah, this virus is bad, right? Oh, there you have it. Gotta go buy all the toilet paper. Gotta go buy all the canned Vienna sausages. It's absolutely ludicrous. So I'm going to continue on this. I'm going to try and get through the coronavirus as fast as I can. Boris Johnson saying that it's just going to have to call the population. Bill de Blasio advocating for fascism. It's going crazy. This question for you. Don't go away.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, that's really the reason why I amp, is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com.
Free speech is protected on the internet, right? Not always. Government agencies try to limit free speech and commerce on the net. Luckily, when they do, the Institute for Justice is there to defend your First Amendment right to free speech. IJ helped set the first federal precedent for internet free speech in 1999, and ever since has worked to prevent unconstitutional roadblocks in cyberspace. Visit our website today at ij.org.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com. There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agrist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agorist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any skullduggery. So go with agoristhosting.com. Have a WordPress or blog site, but you're not satisfied with performance or uptime? Or just want raw hosting? Want to pay with Bitcoin? Agorist Hosting specializes in high-performance hosting with personalized service. Go to agoristhosting.com and click on the button that says Get Hosted. That's agoristhosting.com.
You can put the Liberty Radio Network on the air in your area. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how. Broadcast.lrn.fm.
All right, welcome back, everyone. This is Question Authority Live. Got some more interaction in the chat here. What's going on, Lord Porcupine? What's going on, neutral username, TVP Steven? Spaceman Mike saying that Corona is killing his brain cells. Well, probably the liquid version of Corona is. I don't know about the virus. The virus actually kills the lungs, apparently. We have here Sean Reed saying that, Jesus, all that hair, Vincent. And yeah, I mean, the reason why at least the beard is starting to get a little bit out of control is because I left my electric razor at my father's place, and I mean, I don't want to have to deal with like scissors, snip, snip, snip. So I'm just going to wait. I'll probably end up seeing my dad at some point this week. My dad was actually going to go to New Zealand for a trip this month, and his flight was supposed to leave today, and I'm on the phone with him yesterday wishing him a good trip. I'm like, are you really sure you should be doing this? You're in your 70s, and the airport's like the worst possible place to be for coronavirus. And he's like, yeah, well, I'm doing it anyway, fuck it. And the prime minister, and so probably while we were talking, the Prime Minister of New Zealand bans all travel or air travel or something to the country, so essentially shuts down the border. So my dad's flight is... Oh, no, that was it. If you go to New Zealand, you have to be quarantined for 14 days. That was it. And so my dad's trip is for 14 days, so that'd obviously be ridiculous. So anyways, I'll probably end up seeing my dad. The reason why I did grow out this beard was, as I say, to strike fear into the heart of the infidels and to use it as, to look older and as an intimidation factor. And it sort of worked too well because, one, people don't recognize me anymore. They have to get real close to see, oh, that's Vincent. So that's kind of funny, actually. And also, yeah, I mean, all the people who fucked around with me and know that they're on my shit list, I see, and I mean, I try not to be antagonistic or hold a grudge, so I'd look and nod, say hello, I'm acknowledging your presence, and they would just totally look away now. So it sort of worked, but it's lonely at the top. I'm probably one of I mean, in regards to I mean, there's a difference between being a real, a masculine sort of John Wayne type and being just a total utter roid meathead. And I'd say I'm the only sort of masculine John Wayne type on, or I mean, when I say type, I mean from my generation, I can't even aspire to be what John Wayne, Marion Wayne, as his birth name was. And I remember I was watching a theater thing, right? I was going to support someone who was my director and also directed a piece. So I'm sitting there watching it, and there's a lot of other theater majors I hadn't met. And there's some guys in there, and I'm watching all of it. I didn't really understand. A lot of the pieces were esoteric. I didn't really understand. Some people were asked what I thought, and I said, well, I didn't really understand the plot of any of these, except one where this woman wanted to have an abortion so she could ride a horse. But what I do know is I doubt that you're going to see the next Rambo or or action hero coming out of the Keene State Drama School. That's all I'll say to that. So I'm glad I have the beard and the voice. I'd say the beard matches the voice. Shay Ginger said, channeling the power of Thor through my beard. People calling me a caveman. Jazzy's in the background. Anyway, so neutral username says, I should be keen to get the hell out of here. Keen's not really that bad at this point regarding corona fear. I mean, obviously there's no toilet paper anywhere around here. I think Robert from Vermont texted me today, said he had to go to 5 different stores to find toilet paper. No, not toilet paper, hand sanitizer. He had to go to 5 different stores to find hand sanitizer. And me, I'm cleaning through my the bottom of my sink looking for cold medicine just in case, and I see a bunch of little things of hand sanitizer I got from like trade shows. So I'm good. I'm stocked. If things get like really bad, like if I run out of food, then I'm going to the Great Northern Woods, right? Then I'm returning to, I'm going to go north and leave Keene. Flee Keene, but other than that, no. I mean, I don't think Keene's going to get that bad. I don't think there's going to be a Mad Max situation in New Hampshire unless you have all the Masshole and New York refugees moving north, and then we're going to have a problem. So let's see. Okay, so I'm done reading the Mike Adams piece. Because, I'll continue, actually. In essence, the combination of big tech, big government, and big media herded the American people into super spreader panic events like what we're seeing now. You should all know that if you find yourself standing in line at a packed grocery store feeling a sense of fear because you were too late to buy supplies, the corrupt establishment wanted you to be there in that circumstance. That's how they spread the virus, of course. Corral the people into enclosed spaces like oblivious cattle, and they pulled it off without any difficulty at all. And yeah, the reason why the powers that be don't want you to be prepared is because the less prepared you are, the more dependent you're going to be on the government, to a point where they're probably going to say, all right, you know what, we're giving free MREs out to starving people, but you have to exchange your precious metals and guns in exchange for food. And people are going to do it, right? And it's like the saying is, the people who are the loudest and most boisterous are like, oh, you're never going to get my guns, are usually the first people who hand in their guns in a situation like this. So now here we go. This is from Infowars.com. NBC op-ed blames U.S. freedom, praises communist China over COVID-19 response. An editorial on NBC News blasted the freedoms of the United States while also lauding communist China's authoritarian system over both how countries dealt with a coronavirus outbreak within their respective nations. In an op-ed titled, "Coronavirus in China Kept Me Under Quarantine. I Felt Safer There Than Back in the U.S.," author Tony Perman, an associate professor of music at Grinnell College, of course, a professor, contrasted China's swift response to coronavirus under its communist system with the United States' framework of individualism and personal responsibility, suggesting the U.S. would be better suited to tackle the COVID-19 outbreak if it adopted more authoritarian measures. Quote, I've lived through a coronavirus quarantine in 2 countries, and the differences are stark well beyond their airports. Rightly or wrongly, the Chinese state's heavy-handed approach seemed to work, Perman wrote. In contrast, individual liberty is the engine that drives American exceptionalism, which to these people is a bad thing, right? There are certainly valid questions about how much of it to sacrifice in the name of public good, but our laissez-faire attitude, prioritization of personal freedom, and utter lack of government leadership have left Americans confused and exposed. Perman then praised China's collectivist culture, claiming Americans should learn how to sacrifice some of their rights. Well, I mean, Americans already do that every day, so we don't necessarily need to learn that. Quote, there are lessons to be learned from the Chinese people, if not its leadership, including that, leadership who, killed the genocided or democided, right, when the government does it, democide, death by government, the most amount of people, like 100 million people, more so than Hitler, Stalin combined. So that leadership he's talking about, including that everybody must accept their own responsibility, vulnerability, and complicity, sacrificing, quote, rights for the collective good, or many of us will die. Oh, okay, that always helps punctuate your point by saying that people have to give up their rights or people are going to die. And actually, I do want to take calls on this. I do want to take calls on this. So 603-283-6160 to call into the by landline, or LRN or discord.lrn.fm to join in on the on-air call lines. I'm curious to see what people think. I mean, this is the Liberty Radio Network, so I'm curious. Do you think that do you think that it's appropriate for the government to expect people to give up their rights in exchange for safety from this virus, or are you against that? Or are you for it? I would like to know and discuss it. So that's 603-283-6160 or discord.lrn.fm. Oh, speaking of what's going on, Robert from Vermont, he's in the chat, says, "What about all the homeless people out there? They don't take showers, they stink." Yeah, usually homeless people aren't the best with hygiene. And I think that the homeless population is certainly going to be hit by this virus, because at least in places like San Francisco, where public health is absolutely horrid, there's shit and needles on the streets. At least in Keene, there's just needles on the streets and beer cans, Bud Light cans to be specific, actually. But yeah, I mean, in a place like San Francisco, it's going to be like a medieval plague spreading, just because it's just so covered in shit and just so disgusting. And these homeless camps that the government essentially sponsor, or not sponsors, but due to shitty government policies, these camps are propping up in places like Austin, San Francisco. But yeah, it's going to be a huge problem, and I feel bad for these people, because a lot of homeless people, at least I encounter, are smokers, right? So anyway, we're going to continue talking about this professor praising the Communist Party. Going to be talking about Bill de Blasio advocating for fascism to fight the virus. Going to be talking about Boris Johnson saying to do nothing. And finally, we're going to stop talking about Corona in the second hour. Just question out for you. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com.
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
You're already listening to LRN.FM, whether via our 24/7 satellite feed, online streaming audio, or our video feeds. LRN.FM's content is available in multiple ways, but what if all you have is your phone and no data connection? You can call our listen line at 641-793-8869. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-8869.
I'm crazy about My Magic Mud. This is the most important oral care product created this millennium, and I'm not kidding. We all have different opinions on politics and issues, but we all have mouths. And I want yours to be as clean as possible, with teeth as bright as they were meant to be. I will never be without My Magic Mud. It's a little surprising, but man, does it work. If you only listen to one thing I say ever, go to mymagicmud.com and get 20% off with code FTL. mymagicmud.com, code FTL.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
People love photography. But when we thought about photography, we realized one thing. Humans are limited to looking at photos with our eyes. That's a problem, right? So we made an app, PicSong, the first program that turns your photos into music if you want to do that for some reason. It puts the power in your hands. You get to decide why you need this. I can't tell you why you need this. It's not my job. Who is this app for? Maybe it's for students, or artists, or blind people. But can it turn your music into photos? No, it can't. Do you get to keep the original photo? No, it gets deleted. Always back up your photos before using PicSong.
This is the Onion News Network. Help get LRN.FM into more ears. Visit promote.lrn.fm for a free bumper sticker, flyers, banners, graphics, and more. Promote.lrn.fm.
All right, welcome back, everyone. This is Question. Shut up, music. This is Question Off already live, and so I'm really hoping I can finish this fucking Corona news by the end of the hour, because I'm really sick of talking about this. But we have in the chat here, Shay Ginger says she wishes she knew how to hunt, cook deer. Yeah, I'm sure there's books about it. I do too, or as Jones would say, people who know how to skin a buck and run a trout line are going to be running this country pretty soon. Which I doubt is probably going to be like killer robots are going to be the ones who kill anyone who survives a coronavirus or a collapse of civilization. And also, yeah, I watched, I watched Terminator Dark Fate when it was first available on Amazon Prime, and it was okay. I don't think it was as bad as everyone said it was, but for a Terminator film, I think it could have been way better. I watched it again with my mother today because she hadn't seen it, and I think it's just a very mediocre film. I think it's huge letdown, disappointment. People are saying here that, essentially, Spaceman Mike says that the guy wants the U.S. to become communist, the professor who wrote this article in the New York Times. Yeah, well, I mean, if it's published in the New York Times, yeah, I mean, the end goal is to make the United States at least more collectivist. I mean, like, when people talk about fascism or communism, I mean, at the end of the day, they're essentially the same thing. It's just like total centralized power. It's just they do things slightly differently. People talking about self-isolating. Oh, yeah, actually, another thing, Jones sells this thing called Zazo Beats, right? Which is some sort of, like, beet form, concentrated beet formula, like beets, like the plant. And he said, I'm pretty sure he said nitrous oxide. He's like, this nitrous oxide is a super booster to your immunity. I'm like, oh, nitrous is good for the immunity? Okay, whatever you say, Jones. It's worth wasting this whipped cream. So, all right, I'm out of control. I got to finish this article. So, anyways, this guy's talking about how great China's response was. Quote, I am loath to... Who the fuck says that? I am loath to credit this response to some kind of ingrained collectivism that has developed during decades of Communist Party rule. But the communal buy-in to the need for universal behavior change was astonishing, Perman wrote. Certainly, the reality of authoritarian control, the subservience of the individual to the state or the collective, and the pressure to conform made widespread habit change both more feasible and acceptable, even if due to fear of retribution. But there was a palpable all-for-one and one-for-all ethos. He noted being quarantined, quote, never felt like a choice, which is a great thing when the government gives you no choice. That's always great. In communist China, like it did the U.S., as if being forced into compliance by the government is a good thing. Okay, so now this is the commentary from the author on InfoWars. Quote, because everyone was isolated due to a complex mix of state mandates, housing authority restrictions, peer pressure, and a deep sense of personal responsibility, flaunting those exceptions by going out in the public without masks or gathering in crowds was noticeable, frowned upon, and even rebuked. With everybody following suit, it never felt like a choice as it does in the U.S. Users on social media noticed NBC News appearing to carry water for the communist Chinese government. And yeah, they have a bunch of tweets, people saying, expressing annoyance that NBC is essentially spreading pro-Chinese government propaganda here. Globalist institutions like the United Nations, the World Health Organization, and other mainstream media outlets also praised China's draconian nationwide crackdown in recent weeks. So, and, some of the things that I haven't been following what's going on in China too closely, but essentially what they're doing is like they would weld people into their houses, right? They'd force quarantine people and just like bar the door from the outside. They had SWAT teams, shooting butterfly nets over people and dragging them into cars, which usually into vans, which usually happens in China anyways, but In this case, they have a virus as an excuse. So now this is Bill de Blasio, New York City mayor, who's people say is even worse than Bloomberg. In the title, this is from MSNBC once again. NYC mayor, we've been begging federal government for coronavirus help. So now let's see here what Bill de Blasio is advocating for.
This is a war-like situation. We're in a wartime scenario with a Mar-a-Lago attitude being used by the federal government, right? It's so laid back, and I don't understand it. And by the way, testing, how about ventilators? Where is the federal government making sure that our hospitals have the ventilators we're going to need? Where is the federal government when it comes to surgical masks? Getting them distributed where they need. This is a case for a nationalization, literally a nationalization of crucial factories and industries that could produce the medical supplies to prepare this country for what we need. A hand sanitizer. People are going crazy. I don't blame them trying to get hand sanitizer.
Is it true that we're having hand sanitizer now made in New York?
The state has found a way to make it, and that's great. But the point I'm saying is the federal government should recognize this is literally a crucial part of stopping this. There should be a national approach to ensuring every factory that can make hand sanitizer should be on 24/7 shifts, and the distribution
24/7 shifts
should be go to the places that need it most. But we're
was it to each? Was it from each according to their ability, to each according to their need? So I mean, he's just ripping the mask off here. So nationalization means the government takes control of it. And so from an article again from InfoWars, unsurprisingly, the private sector had to step in after the CDC's stumbling response to the COVID-19 outbreak. The CDC had developed many COVID-19 testing kits in February, but later found them to be flawed by producing a number of false positives. And so there you go. So that's from Bill de Blasio. Obviously, what should you expect? Actually, if you want to see the full video, I'll post this into the Discord here. So yeah, I just outright calling for nationalizing the industry. And yeah, actually, Viva Maurici makes a pretty good point here. Can't you just use cheap alcohol or mouthwash? I'm going to say that, technically anyone who's able to build a still could create a very crude version of hand sanitizer, right? So, they've been building, they've been making alcohol people have been making alcohol in their basements or backyards ever since, before Prohibition. So there's that. And so now on the opposite end of the spectrum, and this is the last bit of coronavirus news I have. So now this is Boris Johnson suggests that coronavirus run its course through the UK population. Now, Boris Johnson is the UK Prime Minister. He's a conservative, massive Zionist. So he's, and I think the conservative government has a supermajority in the UK Parliament, I believe.
That's where a lot of the debate has been. And one of the theories is that, perhaps you could sort of take it on the chin, take it all in one go and allow the disease, as it were, to move through the population. Without really taking as many draconian measures. I think we need to strike a balance. I think it's very important. Okay, so, I mean, he sounds reasonable towards the end there. I think he made a very, as he said, he doesn't want to use draconian measures, and he has to strike a balance. There is an argument to be made that maybe the United Kingdom has some sort of, and if we had a British listener listening, I'd appreciate the call, 603-283-6160 or discord.lrn.fm, a British listener to explain how the healthcare system works there. NHS, National Health Service, so it's like, it's essentially what Bernie Sanders wants, from my understanding. And we're unable to take care of the people because, socialism doesn't work. But, that's sort of what happens with a disease, though. Disease is, they're microscopic, so throwing money at the issue isn't going to stop it. So there is an argument that I understand saying that, look, this disease, it's going to, if you're not, the people who aren't strong, it's sort of like a eugenics thing almost, where it's going to wipe out the weak and the strong will survive. But also this is, I highly suspect this is a biological weapon. So that doesn't necessarily apply to, because this thing was made in a laboratory, and I'm pretty sure it is either made by the Americans or the Chinese. And mean, just like it is language, take it on the chin, allow the disease to move through the population, right? That has a death rate for 10% and above for elderly people. Not the best choice of words. And so 603-283-6160 or discord.lrn.fm if you want to join the on-air call-in lines. I'm done with the coronavirus, but if you want to talk about it, it's open phones tonight. You could talk about anything. We have Viva Marissa here in the chat. Said, Boris is hilarious. Talk about a Trump knockoff. You pay a tax on your wages that goes to the NHS. Okay, so this sounds somewhat like Medicare for all, at least what they want. So next we're going to be talking about was the union worker who confronted Joe Biden in an NRA plant. Some of his stuff is suspicious. Good news for weebs. You could get easy asylum in Japan. So going to talk about education in this country. Going to talk about TikTok plus your calls. This is Questioning Off 40. Second hour coming up. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Phone records, financial and location data, Prism, Tempora, X-Keyscore, Boundless Informant. Hey, y'all, Scott Horton here for offnow.org. Now, here's the deal. Due to the Snowden revelations, we have a great opportunity for a short period of time to get some real rollback of the national surveillance state. Now, they're already trying to tire us by introducing fake reforms in the Congress. And the courts, they betrayed their sworn oaths to the Constitution and Bill of Rights again and again, and can in no way be trusted to stop the abuses for us. We've got to do it ourselves. How? We nullify it at the state level. It's still not easy, but the Off Now project of the 10th Amendment Center has gotten off to a great start. I mean it. There's real reason to be optimistic here. They've gotten their model legislation introduced all over the place, in state after state. I've lost count, more than a dozen. You're always wondering, yeah, but what can we do? Here's something important, something that can work if we do the work. Get started cutting off the NSA support in your state. Go to offnow.org.
Some of you asked, and now we've delivered. LRN.FM's live Keene, New Hampshire studio shows are now streamed in HD on Twitch. Visit our channel at twitch.lrn.fm and give it a follow. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free subscription on Twitch. If you use it on our channel, Twitch will give LRN.FM a monthly piece of your Prime subscription cost. So please watch, follow, share, and subscribe to twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
There are basically two types of advertising, direct response and branding. Radio's great for direct response with its low cost to listener ratio, but audio can't be beat for branding, which is a longer-term endeavor. You want to be the first thing that someone thinks of when they think about your product or service. If you have a local business that you want kept top of mind in your community, call the station. If you need national reach, Free Talk Live's got around 200 radio stations, millions of monthly listening sessions, can suit all budgets, and if we don't think we're right for you, we'll tell you. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Liberty Beat, your daily source for Liberty news and activist updates. Produced in partnership with the SNLS Network and listeners like you. Online at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow with your latest edition of the Liberty Beat. Gold is trading at $1,675. Silver at $17.35. And Bitcoin is trading around $9,122. Today's gold, silver, and Bitcoin prices are brought to you by Brave Botanicals. High-quality kratom and CBD at reasonable prices with excellent customer service. Brave Botanicals is activist-owned and mission-driven. The Liberty Beat and Brave Botanicals believe so strongly in the power of kratom, we're giving it away for free. Just go to libertybeat.news/free kratom. This is the Liberty Beat at snlsnetwork.com. In the news, Operation Palladium has begun. Hundreds of agents from Immigration and Customs Enforcement have entered New York and other sanctuary cities in a fresh attempt to round up undocumented immigrants. Mid-Press News reports the directive, according to officials, is simple. Arrest as many undocumented immigrants as possible and flood the streets with officers. Beginning a 24/7 surveillance and detention program, ICE leadership has requested over 500 special agents who normally work fighting trafficking and organized crime to bolster the agency's numbers. That follows an earlier decision to deploy immigration SWAT teams to round up undocumented immigrants in sanctuary cities. New York Times reporter Annie Carrill shared a viral image taken through a peephole of a Bronx apartment, showing an ICE agent brandishing an assault weapon and demanding to enter. Carrill claims that the officers were going door to door, threatening to force their way in, and residents said they did not present a warrant, both breaches of the law. Ever wonder where we find all the news to report right here on the Liberty Beat? Visit snls.news to get the world's most censored media published all in one place. Save yourself from the endless time spent searching for reliable alternative media. SNLS News makes it quick and easy. No ads, no clickbait, just raw headlines, 24 hours a day. Visit snls.news and get informed today without the corporate media spin. Your news now continues. News of the coronavirus and the resulting potentially deadly disease spreading throughout the United States and across the world continues to develop rapidly. The Mind Unleashed reports that according to a map managed by Johns Hopkins, there are now over 101,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and nearly 3,500 deaths worldwide. The CDC, meanwhile, is reportedly refusing to test a nurse with symptoms that volunteered to assist with COVID-19 patients at a California hospital. According to a letter posted on Twitter by Dr. Eric Feigl-Ding, the CDC claims that she cannot be tested because she was properly protected during her time volunteering. Meanwhile, Dr. Feigl-Ding said that 22 million Californians are now eligible for free medically necessary COVID-19 testing. However, there may still be a discrepancy when it comes to deciding which situations warrant testing and which ones don't. As coronavirus panic hits the United States, a financial lobbying group is attempting to use the crisis to push through the deregulation of its industry. Mid-Press News reports the Bank Policy Institute, a Washington-based lobbying organization representing many of the nation's largest banks, released a set of proposals this week, the most important of which recommends that the Federal Reserve lower capital requirements to zero. That would mean banks could lend an unlimited amount without having any assets or wealth to back it up. It also advocated relaxing the so-called stress tests that force banks to show that they can withstand economic shocks. This, it claims, would help America fight the COVID-19 virus. The report's lead author was BPI CEO Greg Baer, former managing director of J.P. Morgan Chase. Support for the Liberty Beat is brought to you by the Homestead Guru. The Homestead Guru is an educational website offering tips, tools, news, stories, and commentary on everything homesteading. Topics include green homes, gardening, animal husbandry, do-it-yourself, home remedies, alternative energy, survivalism, unschooling, and more. Those details are found online at thehomestead.guru. This is the Liberty Beat, powered by the SNLS Network at snlsnetwork.com. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Brother died in Vietnam in 1969. Congress killed my family.
Defense attorneys for the now incarcerated 538-member group have dismissed the claims made by Westnick and other victims and released a statement saying their client has been, quote, a pillar of the national community for over 200 years and completely innocent of any and all wrongdoing. Keep checking theonion.com for more as this story develops.
This is the Onion News Network.
All right, welcome back, everyone. This is Questioning Authority Live. And I didn't have as much music time as I thought I would, so hopefully that fucking light goes away. Yep, nope. All right, well, the light's going to go away eventually. Anyway, so welcome back, everyone. Excuse me, I had to just fix myself another drink. All this talk about the coronavirus and the end of the world is getting to me. No, I'm joking. I just wanted to finish that. I said to Ian, I'm like, you know what? I haven't gotten overhyped on QA for a while, so you know what? I said, let's get a new video of Bernie. Oh, the Hydro Flask one. Yeah, that's an old video, right? We're posting that in the on-air chat. Yeah, that was pretty good, actually. I gotta give it to Bernie Sanders. Isn't he older than Joe Biden? Yeah, Bernie Sanders is older than Joe Biden, and he has better reflexes. That's plus a heart attack. So, anyway, going to get to. I want to talk about here the union guy who confronted Joe Biden. Speaking of Sleepy Joe, the guy who confronted the union worker who confronted Joe Biden, and I don't know if he was a plant. This video that I'm about to play makes me think he's a plant. Normally I play the videos on the Wednesday broadcast because you could actually see the stuff on the screen, but there's enough audio that I think it's good enough. We have Captain Fatass here, who finally came up with something original to say other than just repeating Incel Talk Live. He said, didn't finish jerking in time to start the show. On time. No, because if I was masturbating, I would be all hyped. Oh, shit. Oh, well. No, never mind. We had James on the line, but James, if you call during fucking commercial break, don't drop off when whatever. Don't really care to take his call anyway. So if I was masturbating, I'd be a lot calmer if I got back on the air. And I don't do that before a show. I sure as hell don't do that during the show. So all right. So anyway, so James joined back. Let's see what he wants, and then we'll get to the video. All right, you're unmuted, James. What's going on? What do you want to talk about today? Coronavirus, I guess. Oh, don't do this to me. Yeah, all right, so he's still... all right, James, use your iPad or whatever. His still has technical issues, so... So now, this video was uploaded by some guy named Jason Howerton on Twitter. So he's playing the union. So he tweeted this video out. The union worker who Joe Biden tried to intimidate and told he didn't need an AR-14 literally got a rifle engraved with AR-14 and full of shit. This is a gosh damn legend. So I'm just going to play the parts of this guy speaking. You could go look up the video where Joe Biden says the guy's full of shit and calls him a horse's ass. And we have actually Viva Mercy in the chat brought up a good point. He told Joe Biden, I do feel bad now that I think about it, because the staffer, right, as soon as Joe Biden said you're full of shit, the staffer, she had the good sense to say, okay, all right, we're done here. This is going to go viral. And Joe Biden tells her to shush. So, all right, I finally got to play this.
I am the union worker that Joe Biden tried to intimidate. Full of shit.
So the image shows him holding a rifle in a I don't know if it's a green screen backdrop or something, but this is a very professionally done video, right? And mind you, that was like about a week ago, right? So that wasn't too long ago.
Your AR-14s are what Joe Biden wants to take my AR-14. Let's just not tell him what it really is.
So he actually did get this AR-14 engraved, I think, engraved with "You're full of shit" from Joe Biden, of a quote, and AR-14. So that actually is pretty funny. But that's the thing. Right here, it says above the video, it says, text X, Y, and Z to join the NRA. So the reason why I think that the guy might be a plant, and here we go, we have Sean Rhee in the Discord chat agreeing with me, or not necessarily agreeing, but expressing the same sentiment. He says, this union worker is an NRA tool, probably a Trump lover. Well, I mean, that doesn't really, I mean, for me, he's... doesn't really matter. I mean, you could be pro-gun and not pro-Trump. You could be pro-gun and against Trump, right? Actually, I have this Redneck Revolt pamphlet that I got like several years ago at a gun show, and I've been meaning to read it on the air for years. I just keep forgetting it on my desk, but I rediscovered it today, so I'll read it next show. I'll read it on the Wednesday show, because actually it's very interesting, where you have these like you have these like Marxists who are also pro-gun and trying to build their own militia. It's very interesting, Redneck Revolt. Maybe I'll have someone from there on my show. But, so, I mean, I think just because of how soon this happened, how fast they were able to make this video, it makes me think maybe the guy was a plant, or maybe fast with things like that. I don't know. I mean, if they are that fast, well, good for them.
14.
All right, so it's just him shooting the gun. All right, he's talking again.
I got this the day after I talked to Joe.
Oh, so he was suddenly inspired to buy a gun after a politician. Well, I guess so. You know what? He needed the gun for protection because Joe Biden said, "Hey, let's take this outside." So, and he was wagging his finger in his face. So Joe Biden was actually threatening this guy. So it makes total sense why he bought this gun.
I'm sure that's not the result he was going for. My name is Jerry Wayne, and all I wanted to do is that...
His name happens to be Wayne. All right, well, I guess that's probably true. I don't know. I just find it funny.
It's a presidential candidate a question. I didn't intend to start a fight. All I did was ask Joe how he was going to win over the union vote when he's planning on coming after our guns with Beto O'Rourke.
And I have to say, you know what? That is a legitimate question. Some people might say, oh, well, Vincent, this shows that he's a plant because he asked a provocative question. Well, actually, no. I mean, it shouldn't be. I mean, obviously, now in today's atmosphere, it's probably provocative just because how anti-gun Democrats are. People are probably saying, well, of course, Joe's going to answer that way. But... the Twitter Democrats are vehemently anti-gun, but mind you, there's a lot of blue-collar, flyover country Democrat voters who want nothing to do with this, right? It's like that video, which some people are saying that the video of that one voter who said that as soon as she found out that Pete Buttigieg was gay, she wanted to take her vote back. That one might have been fake. I don't know, because it's just such an odd thing to say, especially if you're on camera, to at a Democrat caucus say, oh, I don't want to vote for him anymore. He's gay. I don't know.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47.
I watched a video where he wanted to make assault weapons, or America's most popular rifle, illegal. So I asked him about it. Instead of answering me honestly, he acted like he never saw.
You are actively trying to diminish our Second Amendment right and take away our guns.
You're full of shit.
So when you were at Beto, when you said you're going to take our guns back.
I just love this video.
I did not say that. That's not true. I did not say that.
Video.
And you say I'm full of shit? Really, Joe? All I did was ask you about your own comments.
So to go.
All right, so I played all this on the Wednesday show.
For me. And then he wanted to tell me no.
You guys want it.
I'm not working. Politicians.
You work for me, man. I'm not working. Well, that's true. He's campaigning.
That have been in office for as long as Joe Biden need to be reminded that they work for us. We do not work for them. Americans should be able to ask candidates seeking the highest office what's going to happen to their rights. If they vote them into office, Joe Biden can call me all the names he wants. But it doesn't change the fact that he's on video promising to have Beto O'Rourke lead the effort on gun confiscation.
You're going to take care of the gun problem with me. You're going to be the one that leads this effort. I'm counting on you.
I think Biden...
All right, so I'm going to play the rest of this when we come back. I do find it, one thing that's kind of funny and sad at the same time is that most likely Joe Biden, when he talked about Beto O'Rourke and his discussion and how anti-gun he's been in the past, I think Joe Biden legitimately did not remember any of that, which is, sad and funny at the same time. I mean, I don't have too much sympathy for him because the guy belongs in a retirement home, or not a retirement home. Hold on. I mean, he belongs at home, with his family in a comfortable situation. Even if he is, a total criminal politician, which there's plenty of evidence that he is. So anyways, we're going to get into that. We're going to finish this video. We're going to talk about mayors doing drugs. This is Pushing Off 40. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
What do you shop for that you could otherwise buy at Amazon? Pretty much everything, right? Amazon has competitive pricing and they deliver, and that's a big plus. If you could plan ahead in your shopping, would you be interested in saving up to 33%? There's a catch. You have to do your shopping in Bitcoin. But imagine those savings. It's like a huge raise. All you have to do is go to saveatpurse.com. We've saved thousands, and you can too. Plan ahead and save. Saveatpurse.com. Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, do this, right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it, and once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world. So I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here. And I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, connect with others via the forum at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm. Looking for a great real estate investment? Consider New Hampshire, which is ground zero for the Liberty Movement. Your first call should be to Mark Worden from Porcupine Real Estate. He's more than just a real estate agent. He's your New Hampshire concierge. Where are the best places to live? Do you want farm, city, the burbs, or forest? Do you want a duplex or multifamily building so that renters pay your mortgage? There are homes in all price ranges in New Hampshire, and Mark can help with financing too. Invest in liberty and property. Mark Worden can help.
PorcupineRealEstate.com. Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market.
Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. Physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com.
Some of our live shows are streamed in HD on Twitch. Please follow and share at twitch.lrn.fm. That's twitch.lrn.fm.
All right, welcome back, everyone. This is free. All right, that's it. I'm cut off. I can't have any more drinks today. I said this is Free Talk. Now, this is Questioning Authority Live. I saw a sticker, anyways. I'm going to finish this video here. Then I'm going to go to the call line where hopefully Mouth Breathing Dullard has fixed his audio. But I'm going to continue this video here now. People are people aren't really divided in this chat. Actually, no, most people I talk to about, at least I haven't seen anyone defend this guy, this union worker, as being an NRA plant. I don't know. I mean, I do think it's totally possible that they just saw this guy immediately. Well, I don't know. I mean, how could they figure out who this guy is if, based off just his picture? I don't know. For me, it's fishy, but whatever. I mean, he's saying decent stuff, right?
Made a huge miscalculation when he threatened
Joe Biden
to strip us Americans of our gun rights. The Second Amendment was put in place to protect us from a tyrannical government. I have a message for the gun-grabbing politicians.
And I mean, that's a message that the NRA very rarely, talks about. Or at least, I don't know. I haven't been a member of the NRA in some time. Actually, I met Cantwell through the NRA before I ever heard about Free Talk Live or anything, because we had mutual friends in the NRA, and I said I was going to college in Keene, and they said, "Oh, do you know Cantwell?" And then the rest is history.
Politicians Your belligerent behavior has no place in government. And you will never, I mean never, touch our guns. Why is it that the people who want to take away our guns know absolutely nothing about them?
That's a very good point. I mean, calling them... Well, he's going to get into that. But, like, even the whole thing about calling magazines clips, that's pretty that's, like, pretty fucking stupid. But, yeah, and I mean, I don't know. Like, this should show... I think it shows that they're not arguing in good faith, right? Not that anyone listening probably, I think anyone who's listening to this, who's, open-minded enough to listen to this show, knows that these anti-gun people are not in good faith. They're not doing it because they think it's right. They're doing it because they want to control people, and they have, like, no idea anything about guns.
That's right. So AR-15's illegal.
How is that in the machine guns?
No, it's not.
Semi-automatic.
Take your AR-14s and what? Not a veteran here.
This is John Kerry now who's speaking.
Who would take an AR-16 with a long clip to go out and shoot a deer? A magazine with 100 clips in it, 100 bullets in it.
Now that's what I call tactical, a magazine that could hold 100 clips.
They can take away our AR-14s, our AR-16s, and all of our 100-round magazine clips. Because they don't exist. I am sick and tired of having to defend the fact that we need guns to defend our homes and hunt wildlife. I don't need an excuse to have 100 rounds. I've got the Constitution of the United States. My goal is to actually bring this country together, not further divide us. Many brave men, like my grandfather, who's a 96-year-old World War II veteran.
Of course. Well, actually, many men are, many people that age probably are veterans. So, yeah, I mean, my grandfather is a veteran.
Fought so we can have these rights, not so politicians could stomp all over them. For every gun-grabbing politician out there, I've got 4 words for you. Don't tread on us. I'm calling on all patriots to stand up to career politicians who have forgotten who they work for.
Oh, shit. All right, everyone. Thanks for listening. I got to get out of here. Ian's coughing. All right, okay. I'm sorry. Shit, dude, you got me nervous now. Ian's like, he's like, yeah, I've been, puking and shitting up a storm. And I'm like, oh, geez, why am I here? My mother even told me. She's like, no. Don't go do your show if someone is sick there, if Ian is sick.
It was just the wine going down the wrong pipe.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, slow down, Ian. It's not going anywhere.
But yeah, if one of us is sick, then all of us are sick. I mean, the whole studio is going to get taken out.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, but I understand what you mean. Yeah, I figure. Well, I mean, but don't we?
We're all sharing the same equipment,
Well, yeah, but I mean,
out.
okay, hold on. So we have a host right now who's in California. I'm not going to say who, but are you going to at least be? Are you at least somewhat concerned?
Who's in California?
Hold on.
They're already back.
Well, I know, but California is like the fucking epicenter of this thing. Also, is Seattle. So, like,
I thought New York was now the top.
Well, no, not the epicenter. It's like number 3. But I'm talking.
I heard it took the top spot.
It took
today.
the top spot. Well, I mean, still, it's on the. Okay, all right, that very well could be
it's
true.
It's the Empire State.
Yeah, and I mean, they have people from all over the world come. New York is the capital of the world, essentially. Like, if the aliens showed up, they'd show up in New York City. But, or maybe Beijing, who knows. But, I mean, at least I'm somewhat concerned, right? Because, do you think the coronavirus is real?
I mean, it sounds real. People are getting
hesitated.
sick.
Hear that, everyone? He hesitated.
I just don't care about it.
Isn't it Conan who said that the just like nukes, the coronavirus isn't real? So I saw in the discourse people were talking about Conan.
Yeah, I don't know. I got some toilet paper though.
Yeah. I mean, you were the one saying not to panic, and you have all these fucking cans now. You and nobody, took.
Yeah, we went on a run last night. It wasn't a panic run. I mean, I took my sweet time getting to it because I already have some like decade-old canned food in the basement I could eat in a pinch.
You know how not worried I'm about this was? I walked to Walmart. I didn't take a car.
Yeah, that's hardcore.
All right, thanks, Ian. I appreciate it. Feel better, man. Slow down with the wine. Don't choke on it.
Rights they swore to protect. We are in a different era now. Challenging this opposition is not the way to win this battle, but rather opening our arms to the misinformed. We will win this battle not by belittlement, but by education. My name is Jerry Wayne, and I'm a member of the National Association.
Shut up. Oh, well, actually, no. I mean, most of that was pretty good. I don't know. Okay, all right. Here, I guess I'll keep giving out calls. So, is negotiating our rights away? Is it otherwise known as the NRA? Do you think we're doing a better job? So, let's see. I'll get to the mayors doing drugs in the next segment. So let's see. If you thought that LRN was exclusive to having bickering hosts, like the bitch ass motherfucker moment. Fox News has its blow up, so I just want to play this because I thought it was funny. 603-283-6160 or discord.lrn.fm to join on the on-air call-in lines if anyone wants to make a last-minute call. James, your mic is still muted, you retard, so I'm not going to go to you until your mic is unmuted. If you want to call in, that's the last time we'll give out the number. So now this is Fox News. I saw this. Like people talk about, civil discourses go down, but this is awesome. I think this is funny. So this is Geraldo Rivera and Dan Bongino arguing on Fox
about messaging, and that speech was written by senior advisor Stephen Miller, same guy that imposed the Muslim ban and had pregnant women knocking over each other with babies and all. You can do these things. You do them right. You do them in the American way.
Oh, Dan, bail me out.
This is on the Sean Hannity show, by the way.
Geraldo, you realize you're repeating Chinese propaganda here. I hope you understand that. You may be smart enough to know that. No. Geraldo, you are repeating Chinese propaganda on this network. You're suggesting. Hold on.
Talk to the facts.
Talk
to the facts.
You're a bullshit
Chinese propaganda.
He said, and you're allowed to say bullshit on cable too, by the way. I think the only thing the FCC cracks down on is antenna or whatever, or public airwaves, but on cable you're allowed to curse and swear. That's why HBO isn't doing anything too crazy. Like people said the word shit when Trump allegedly said the shithole comment on CNN tons of times, right? It's just BS for cucks. Just a question for you. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
I just heard the best sales pitch I've heard in a long time on an airplane. The flight attendant announced, "If you paid more than $75 for your round-trip ticket, you overpaid." This is brilliant because everybody on the flight paid more, and I was struck by how all the road warriors stopped typing and reading and working and looked up. The announcement invited us to apply for the airline's credit card, and the sign-up bonus, enough frequent flyer miles for a free round trip. Talk about turning lemons into lemonade. With some banks offering free credit cards, $75 is an outrage for an annual fee, but a bargain for airline tickets. For more tips on communicating more effectively, hit survivalspeech.com, where you can see how I got the CEO of another major airline to shower me with freebies. I'm Holland Cook.
Are you tired of governments around the world killing innocent people? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin is money that cannot be inflated or controlled by any state. By continuing to use their money, you're perpetuating the killing. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available to you now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. It's Bitcoin.com.
Free Talk Live.
I'm not interested in supporting the killing of people around the world, and I'm not interested in supporting the imprisoning of people within this country, so that should make it pretty clear what my position is. What's yours, Frankie?
Kind of have an inclination that from what's going on and, the media, how the media plays into it, and how they're popping up with different areas in the world, like Somalia.
Who's popping up with different areas of the world?
Do you watch the news? You watch the news?
Hell no. Who's popping up? You said someone's popping up. They are popping up. Who is they?
I'm sorry. You know what it is? I'm thinking that you watch the news like I do.
I don't watch television. I don't even have television. Do you guys watch the news?
No, I read a lot of news, but I don't watch the news.
The problem is, Frankie, if we can't communicate, we can't have a conversation.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
LRN.FM now has a Discord. Discord is a free text and voice chat platform, and we now have our own server with a bunch of channels at discord.lrn.fm. You can join other listeners as they chat about various things during our live shows, or anytime, day or night. Discord software is available cross-platform, so you can have it on whatever device you want and take your chats anywhere. Join our Discord at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm.
The political world is a maddening cesspool of corruption and lies. Nobody tells the truth. Nobody keeps campaign promises. Nobody obeys the Constitution. Nobody puts the people first. How can we ever escape this web of tyranny? Vote for nobody.
Hi, my name is Nobody. I'm running for governor of New Hampshire because nobody knows how to live your life better than you do, and nobody deserves that kind of power. I want to put you back in control of your money, your lifestyle, your work, your body, and your life. Nobody should rule you but you. New Hampshire convicts many people of so-called crimes that should never have been prosecuted. If elected, I will pardon every victimless crime in New Hampshire history. This includes drug, gambling, prostitution, gun, and driving offenses. Nobody should have a criminal record when they have not harmed anybody.
Wouldn't it be nice to have nobody telling you what to do? Learn more at electnobody.com. electnobody.com.
Love what we do? Please help support our international satellite channels at patreon.lrn.fm. That's patreon.lrn.fm.
All right, welcome back, everyone. This is Questioning Authority Live. See, I see all this stuff that says Free Talk Live in front of me, and I keep wanting to say, so Ian, I'm giving free advertising. So I'm just going to finish this clip from Fox News just because these guys are getting at it with each other.
You know something, you're lucky you're not in front of me.
Is Chinese propaganda?
So he says bullshit on cable. I don't think it wasn't delayed. Hannity didn't admonish him for it, which is pretty funny.
Really? I strongly suggest you rethink that approach. You are repeating Chinese propaganda on this channel, and you know it. That Stephen Miller cheap shot is outrageous.
Do you have a fact?
Virus.
Do you have a fact?
Can you be quiet for 2 seconds?
Hold on. Did you say fuck?
Stephen Miller cheap shot is outrageous.
Do you have a fact? Do you have a fact?
Can you be quiet?
Can you make
for
an
2
intellectual
seconds
argument about anything?
So that's cable news, everybody. For people who say my show is lowbrow. So what's going on? All right, here we go. Let's see. Is toxic? Is mouth breathing dollar Duvere James is it working? Are you using your iPad? All right, he got me once again. Oh, no, it's actually Minister Freeman who got me because Ian is the one who's preventing James from appearing on the air. That's right. So here we go. Terry Gilliam, right? He was, I get it. Well, Ian hasn't lived in Florida for years, so he probably doesn't recognize the guy. But so Terry Gilliam was the mayor of Tallahassee, and he's trying to run for governor. And people were saying that Joe Biden should either take him or Stacey Abrams to be his VP pick, right? Find a black person to be his VP pick because affirmative action has now reached the highest levels of our society. And so here we go. Body cam footage exists of Andrew Gilliam meth orgy. So, according to the Tallahassee Report, a news publication based out of Andrew Gilliam's hometown where he served as mayor from 2014 to 2018, body cam footage of law enforcement officers entering the meth-fueled orgy where a self-identified porn star and Andrew Gilliam were found does in fact exist. TGP spent yesterday covering the leak of a police report detailing how Gilliam and 2 other men were found in varying intoxicated states, including Travis Dyson, who appeared to have suffered an overdose from crystal meth. Andrew Gilliam was named in a police report that involves baggies of crystal meth and 2 other men in Miami Beach hotel room Thursday night. Mr. Gilliam, who currently runs a left-wing political committee in Florida, serves as a CNN commentator, came within 34,000 votes of becoming governor of Florida in 2018. And yeah, Ron DeSantis, who's I think that's his first name, who's the current governor of Florida, is absolutely awful. He's a total Zionist. I think it's illegal to criticize Israel in Florida now because of a bill he did. And what was it? Does anyone know the name of the main character in Metalocalypse, or if I'm pronouncing that right? Because there was an episode where he became the governor of Florida, and he would be a better governor of Florida than DeSantis, that fucking Zionist pig. Thankfully, Floridians picked former Congressman and Trump ally Ron DeSantis, even after Gillum attempted to steal the election. Okay, this is from the Gateway Pundit. To steal the election in a recount effort led by a group of crooked Democrat supervisors of elections who ended up finding ballots in random places. So, our sources are saying that the Miami Beach Police Department is being extremely cagey about the release of body cam footage. However, according to Florida public record laws, since no one is being criminally charged in the incident where several bags of meth were found, and yet Cantwell is probably going to get charged for some of the drug stuff they're claiming he's done, they are legally required to release the footage in a speedy and prompt fashion. The more pressure they feel to release the footage, the quicker it will be released. Absolutely, 100%. You got to spread that fucking. We got to get that video. We have to have that video of Andrew Gillum high on meth, because you know what? He's not the best. He's not the best mayor to ever get high on meth. The best mayor, right, as in like in terms of being a good statesman or statesperson, was Toronto Mayor Rob Ford. He was a man of the people. He was a great fucking mayor. I mean, he was probably the best mayor Toronto would ever get. Policy-wise, no, I'm not saying just because he got high on meth and high on crack. Policy-wise, he's the best mayor. I mean, you know, he, instead of taking the limousine, he walked, right? So.
Your kids that play football. That's what drives you. Family, kids, and your
So the guy you could barely understand is Rob Ford right now. This is the video of him smoking crack from globalnews.ca.
I'm
right wing. I fucking take these kids on my.
You're right wing?
No, they say I'm just right wing.
Oh, yeah.
Radical fucking guy.
Sure. Oh, yeah. Yep. What the fuck is the liberals then?
I'm right, Lee Bannon.
Mr. Trudeau right there. I like to get that fucking Justin Trudeau and shove my foot as far up his ass, because I'm sure it goes real far. I'm sure my fucking, I'll tickle his fucking nose hairs with my foot up his ass, because he's such a fucking shit digger, man. I hate Trudeau, man.
All right, so he just took another hit of meth. Oh my God. Rest in peace, Rob Ford. Oh man, such a wow, man. Poor guy. Hold on.
Doesn't he start to spot the camera like right at the end of the feed?
Yeah. He's like, hey, is that phone on? And the guy's like, oh no. So what I don't know what piece of shit he was with, but I think that was even before the prime minister election. So he's just talking about Trudeau. I missed that the first time when we were talking about Trudeau. So I have this article here. So for weebs, right? All these weeaboos, you could get asylum in Japan if you're having a fight with your family. So this article here, it's from 2017. Japan, so it's titled, Japan only admits 27 Muslim, quote, refugees, 2 arrested already for gang rape. Tokyo Metropolitan Police have arrested 2 Turkish nationals currently applying for refugee status for allegedly raping a woman in Kita Ward, reports the Sankei Shimbun. At approximately 12:30 a.m. on December 27 of last year, I can't pronounce that name. I can't pronounce that name either. So these guys, 22 and 16, allegedly took a woman aged in her 30s to a public toilet near JR Akabane Station and sexually assaulted her. The suspects also stole 9,000 yen in cash from the victim. The guy who has been charged with rape and robbery claims that the boy committed both crimes. The boy admits to only robbery charge. Quote, I did not force myself upon her. He is quoted by police in denying the rape accusation, according to Yambari Shimbun. The suspects arrived in Japan last year. They applied for refugee status in August and October, telling the Immigration Bureau of Japan that they did not want to return to Turkey due to, quote, problems that exist between relatives. I mean, who doesn't have problems with her fucking relatives? So, hey, now I know I get to apply for asylum in Japan because, my dad is really pissed off that he found all this hentai on my computer and that I'm a weeaboo. And my dad's really not jiving with the whole lolicon thing. So, actually, maybe Ian could use that excuse. But, so, I mean, I just totally ridiculous, right? You're getting refugee status from a country that's not invaded or destroyed by war, right? Turkey is actively waging war in the region, and they're able to get asylum in Japan and then go ahead and commit all these crimes and these violent crimes allegedly. While their applications are being examined, the suspects received a visa status granting, quote, special permission to stay in Japan. Now, mind you, Mark isn't allowed in Japan because he hit a guy in the back of the head with a crowbar and not allegedly, actually, and so he's, Mark's a dangerous neo-Nazi criminal, right? Part of the ANCAP gang. What? Oh, no? Okay. Well, that's the version I hear, but... but he was the guy who gave a ride to... Oh, thank you, nobody. He's filling me in on the facts. So, yeah, Mark was the getaway driver, right? The thing. Oh, actually, James, hold on. Let's see. James, have you finally fixed her? Oh, here you go. All right. So, James, what did Mark actually do, according to you? What was that? You there?
Paul Burnham, Ganthan still can't be reached for comment. I don't know what he did. All I know is what I read on Stop Free Keen once, and I couldn't believe it.
That's not the best source.
To believe it. And then I came to believe it, that Mark Edgington's real true crime victim still can't be reached for comment. Like Albert Speer Jr.'s dad finally is in hell.
No, I'd never heard of that guy.
Albert Speer, I know, you're a fucking historical ignoramus. But fear God and love your neighbor as yourself. You do neither. That's why you're such a
yeah, you know me, James. Hey, actually, nobody... What, do you have anything you want to say to James?
I just call the 603-283-6160 number like I used to be able to?
All right, you're boring. Fuck you. All right, so anyways, we're finally going to... Let's see, what are we going to talk about in the final segment here? I'll talk about TikTok on Wednesday. Okay, we're going to talk about catboys and catboy lovers taking the Lord's name in vain. This is Question Out 40. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com. Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth $2 per month to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been available on satellite for free 24/7 since 2010. The LRN.FM free-to-air satellite signal is reaching some of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and there's no doubt our ideas are making an impact. You can learn more about the channel's impact by watching the 3-minute video at fund.lrn.fm. If you'd like to help free minds globally with our ideas of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace, you can donate as little as $2 per month via fund.lrn.fm. You can help us continue and expand our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. Visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. Don't forget to share the link on social media. That's fund.lrn.fm. The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it. The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount. There are lots of ways to listen to Free Talk Live. Our podcast has been around since podcasts began, and now the FTL feed is loaded with content besides our full show archives. Did you know that we make it easy for you to customize your podcast subscriptions? We have different feeds, one that includes only our full shows, one with just the Daily Digest, and our main feed that includes everything. You decide what you listen to. It's quick and easy to customize your feeds at feeds.freetalklive.com. That's feeds.freetalklive.com.
Hi, I'm Derek J. I don't want a politician to represent me. To me, government is the idea that one group of people can coerce everyone to comply with an edict or face increasing punishments up to and including death. Despite perhaps the most noble of intentions, the best government services are a far cry from what could be provided for by voluntary interactions. Besides, the people who call themselves the government wage wars and put peaceful people in jail for crimes involving no victims. If Starbucks used some of its money to drop bombs, I wouldn't shop there. So why would I support the American empire? The empire does not require my consent.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com. That's victimlesscrimespree.com.
Now you can follow LRN.FM on the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm.
I'll explain later. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is Pushing Off 40 Live, and so, all right. Okay, all right. What do you want? What else do you have to say? It got to be something new. If it's about the usual shit, either Corona or something I talked about or something new other than Mark or how Ian's censoring you or how I'm going to pay or how Jack Edgington is going to suffer and you're going to masturbate while laughing at Mark's kid crying. It's got to be something new, James, or I'm going to dump you immediately. So come up with something new. You're taking too long. Fuck you. So, people are. I understand now why people are like, why do you keep taking his call? So anyways, Joe Biden's boomer tech. I'm just going to go run through these here. This is Joe Biden's electronic town hall.
Deanna, you are unmuted.
Am I on camera?
I'm just going to go back. So a lot of this is dead air because it's not me. It's not my fault. It's for recording, right? It was so anyways. Yeah. So Joe Biden's asking if he's on camera.
Am I on camera? Can you hear?
So this isn't me. This isn't edited. You know, this is from Breitbart News, so maybe it is edited. But Joe Biden's audio is absolutely atrocious.
Georgia, you're live.
Oh, okay. Well, one of my questions was, as far as Joe Biden is concerned, what exactly will he do to accommodate those of us who are Bernie Sanders supporters? If we're going to turn from Bernie to him, what is he going to do to satisfy us?
Am I live?
This is bad. Okay, so this isn't LRN. This is his audio, so please excuse me, but...
So what's happening here is it's taking the feedback from the audio, and it's like...
All right, so this is so fucking embarrassing. This is, this is a former vice president. Trump's rallies have all been able to be streamed. It's, anyways, so that's Joe Biden's boomer tech. Here we go. So now, is Nick Fuentes taking the Lord's name in vain? So now he's responding to all the Catboy accusations, which, I mean, I gotta say, it's like, his response is pretty damning because he is, I mean, damning in the sense of public opinion because he's, because he hung out with Catboy Cammy or whatever the fuck this guy's name is. I mean, he hung out with him and he refuses to denounce him too.
In any case, look.
I wouldn't doubt that Nick Fuentes is James from Arizona's bastard son. I mean, you're right, James lives in Arizona. Plenty of Hispanics live in Arizona. Nick is Hispanic.
I'm pretty sure
James is Catholic, quote, Catholic. Nick is Catholic.
Jesus Christ is not a fan of bearing false witness. So everybody, before you attack me, you should probably think about that.
All right, so there you go. Taking God's name in vain by saying, people are attacking him for talking about, it's degenerate, that's cringe, I'm, for pro-Catholic values, and then he hangs out with someone who's an absolute, total, unrepentant degenerate, and he's like, yeah, well, Jesus wouldn't lie. I mean, that's no better than when Alex Jones said that he's on a mission from Jesus Christ to destroy Joe Rogan.
And you should think about being charitable, but we'll move on. It just frustrates me. I'm out here trying to do the right thing. That's the worst part. I'm out here trying to do the right thing. And there's just, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of people. I'm not going to say it's a thankless job because, I get thanked by a lot of people. Super chats are evidence of that. But Where's her you try to do the right thing. I've given my whole life to this fight, which is ultimately
your whole life to this fight, i.e., maybe it's the best years of your life, or the years you ought to be learning a skill instead of playing video games and giggling while you're shooting Jewish people who look like that you say are Ben Shapiro, when he played GTA or whatever, and being a pseudo-racist streamer.
For God. What do you think fighting for what is right is all about? It's all oriented towards God.
Oh, yeah, you're fighting for God while, talking about no ego, shit-talking women and saying that Muslims don't deserve First Amendment rights.
You do all this and, not to say that I'm counting every good deed or anything like that, but you'd think...
Well, you're a work salvationist, right, if you're Catholic, so most likely, inside your head you are.
All I'm saying is you'd think that I'm out here as like a vocal Catholic, as somebody that's vocally fighting against demons and vocally fighting against evil and all these terrible things that are happening compared to people like Charlie Kirk, even conservatives that are in favor of normalizing deviancy and sin and everything else. You'd think that at the bare minimum, I could count on these supposed trad Catholics to not be undercutting me and trying to cut me off at the knees and put me on blast and lie about me at every turn.
So this is the most defensive I've ever heard this guy, and usually he's pretty cool. Like he's slick in a very obvious way, right? Like, this guy, if he ever auditioned for any sort of like like play or something like that, the director, I guarantee the number one note he'd get is say, Nick, you're, quote, acting or trying to be dramatic, right? And that's a line that directors give where, acting, it ought to be, without going to method acting ought to be something that, you it's natural, right? Where you believe that this person's the character, right? And compared to saying like, where it's like, I'd say, what was it? Like one of my lines is, hold on. Well, said, "Oh, Argos, citizens of Argos, won't you come to my rescue? This girl seeks to impose her will on your entire community, hanging on to dear life, even though she's drenched in her mother's blood." Right? So that's one of my lines. Obviously, I couldn't give it with the usual zeal. But, that compared to, "Oh, Argos, citizens of Argos, won't you won't you come to my rescue?" There's a difference between, like, acting for real and then, like, acting. So... but this is the most defensive I've ever heard this guy. And, people complain, right? I've had a lot of fans of his show even who decided to, no. People who hate the show never stop listening, right? They might stop commenting or they might stop being nice to me, but they never stop listening. People who hate it's a blessing, but also a curse. Or like the people who hate this show also become obsessed with it, so I have to deal with them all the time. But as long as they're listening, it works out for me. Where I have people who would used to be like fans and donators, and as soon as I became vocal of, as soon as I became a born again Christian, became vocal about it, they couldn't stand it, right? They absolutely hated it. So I don't want any accusation saying that I decided to become a Bible believing Christian born again out of some gimmick. And, for people who say that I cram the Bible down their throats, I don't say, like, "Oh, yeah, I'm in a fight against sin. I'm backed up by God doing this," or whatever. I do that on the terrestrial show just because I am under major satanic attack. But saying, like, "Oh, this show is made to fight against sin," and that's, he takes it way too far. So now this is I'm going to play a Caitlin Bennett video because fuck it, why not? I'm just going to... So, Lord Porcupine saying, "I need background music when you're yelling into the mic." Oh, well, all right, I'll do. So, since the director of a show I'm in doesn't want to have it recorded because of, quote, copyright issues, that, copyright is and she owns a copyright, I'll probably just do my own, like, version for, on a Wednesday night, do my own little show for everyone. A one-person show. So, here we go. Bernie supporters in the wild. Now, I'm playing this because it relates to the Catholicism bit. Come on. Oh, if only this fiber optic internet could come fast enough. For some reason, this video is not fucking loading.
Where's there fascists around here so I know?
Anyone who votes for Trump.
Anyone who votes for Trump is a fascist?
She doesn't talk to fascists either.
But I don't either, so I should, stand with you guys.
Talking to him with that sweatshirt.
What's wrong with the sweatshirt?
It's a white supremacist symbol.
All right, so it's Video's Vault. It's a cross, right? It's just this fancy Catholic cross.
This organization.
Oh, Justin, do you have a voice of this organization?
All right, so now Justin, the guy she's talking about, is he's the publisher and founder of Liberty Hangout, or otherwise known as Liberty Fake Out, Liberty Fash Out, whatever you want to call it.
On your shirt?
The former libertarian website.
This is a symbol for the Catholic Church.
Yeah, I'm a Catholic, so no, you're not.
All right, so naturally you have a you have a quote trad. I just love you have a trad calf that's represented by Justin versus a probably cafeteria Catholic. I don't know how anyone could be a Catholic and defend and be a Bernie Sanders supporter.
This organization.
Oh, Justin, do you have a white supremacist organization on your shirt?
This is a symbol for the Catholic Church.
Yeah, I'm a Catholic, so no, you're not. That is fucking.
He's not a Catholic?
No, I'm saying you are a Catholic, and that's fine. But that's a white supremacist symbol. That's a white supremacist.
Why would Amazon sell that then?
Wow, that's a really good.
They don't have any allegiance to anyone particular.
Amazon doesn't even sell anything with the Confederate flag. Why would they sell a white supremacy symbol?
Amazon sells whatever it wants. That's not my business. And I'm sure that your politics say that Amazon should be able to sell whatever it wants, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So why would it not sell that in your logic?
Because I just explained to you they don't even sell Confederate flag stuff.
But you just
anything here, yeah.
Kids, you're both going to hell forever for believing in works-based salvation instead of faith unto the Lord Jesus Christ. Hey, everyone, thanks so much for listening. I will be back Wednesday, 10:30 p.m. here on Discord? No. Fuck. I'm turning to Joe Biden on DLive and Twitch for the DLive Twitch only show. It's going to be great, and unless the coronavirus gets to me before, but it's okay. I have enough toilet paper to survive. Thanks everyone for watching. See you next this Wednesday. Fuck.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com. You're already listening to LRN.FM, whether via our 24/7 satellite feed, online streaming audio, or our video feeds. LRN.FM's content is available in multiple ways, but what if all you have is your phone and no data connection? You can call our listen line at 641-793-8869. That's a long-distance number, so you may incur charges. If not, listen as long as you want. 641-793-8869.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up in any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
You're listening to the Heartland Newsfeed Radio Network, broadcasting live 24/7 at heartlandnewsfeed.com.
This stream is supported by advertisers and contributions by you.
Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
This is the Rubin Report, and according to the Deep State, I'm Dave Rubin. Quick reminder, guys, subscribe to our YouTube channel, which gives you just a teeny tiny chance of actually seeing our videos. All right, then. Joining me today is a writer, a comedian, and host of The Dumpster Fire right here on YouTube, Bridget Fedezi. Welcome back to the Rubin Report.
I'm back.
All right, lady, you're back.
We're both still here.
Last time I had you on here, you were at the beginnings of your political evolution. You were saying, I don't know what's going on with this world. You were trying to make some sense of the world.
I still have no idea.
Well, a year later, or whatever it's been, barely a year. Barely a year. You're
Almost
one of, you're on the short list of people that make some sense to me. So what does that say about me?
Hey, that's terrifying. People say this to me, and I'm like, that the world has gone crazy if somehow I'm a voice of reason. And I get a lot of, so I guess what's happened is, it's true, it has been kind of an exponential, I guess, just from like a statistical point of view and numbers point of view on something like Twitter, it has been exponential rise or growth.
Yeah.
And with that comes a lot of criticism and different opinions.
You get criticism and people saying mean things to you on social media?
I know, it's strange. I know that this doesn't affect other people, but it really seems to affect me particularly. No, but I feel like the criticism I get all the time is I'm a grifter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I was one way and then now I'm another way grifting. But, and they're like, you know, eventually you're going to need to knock off this both sides routine of yours because you're always trying to just, I'm like, I'm just being me though. I'm really just confused.
Yeah. Do you think that that's sort of what's working for you more than anything else? Like there's an there's just an upfrontness about your evolution. Like for me, something like 5 years ago, I just started saying, guys, I'm a liberal, but something ain't right around here. And then it was just people started going, oh, me too. And I sense you're sort of like just constantly in that
I was one of those people though. That was like, oh,
hey,
Dave.
my pleasure. You know.
Thank you. But I think the difference between us is that you are already kind of in the political world.
Yeah.
And what was your degree in?
Political science.
Okay, so
I'm one of 3 people that ever used a political science degree for
you
politics.
went to college. I dropped out. So
I was smoking a lot of pot.
But I was blacked out and smoking a lot of pot and waitressing. And I say this to people a lot that I talked about the factory settings and how I think when you have your head down, and I didn't know until maybe last February how I was going to pay more than 2 months worth of bills ever since when I was 17. So when you have your head down just trying to figure that stuff out, you're not really paying attention to anything else.
Yeah.
I was just trying to make money and wait tables, and I moved to LA so that I could be a content creator. I wanted to write television shows and do comedy, and I was not aware there was a culture war going on, which sounds completely naive of me. And Michael Malice has said to me, you know, that just goes to show you how entrenched the cathedral is in terms of media and entertainment and academia, is that I didn't even know I was in the cathedral.
Right. Do you sense that getting the criticism of grifter, or somehow you're doing this for money, even though, as you said, it's just literally a year and a half ago where you're like, you know, scrounging around and all that. And also, you know, it's also funny because people think just because like we're on YouTube and we have a little powder on our faces that we're like rolling in dough. And it's like, I'm not complaining by any stretch. And it was a long time to get here. You know what I mean? And I'm just somewhere on my journey as you are.
Yeah.
But I find that this thing of like, because a lot of people in our space now get thrown with grifter, or you're doing it for the money, or you're a seller or something like that. And in a weird way, while that used to bother me, now it's becoming, in some ways, it's the ultimate compliment, because it's almost like they have nothing left.
Right.
Like there's nothing left about the ideas that you put forth or the positions that you hold, because you actually hold a mixed bag of sort of left-right positions, which I think most people do.
Yeah.
So all they got is, she's doing it for the money.
She's doing it for the money.
As if you were like, oh, if I just stuck out that position over there, you know, that's where the money rolls in.
If I had been doing it for the money and was a grifter, and I remember this moment when I became aware that my thoughts and opinions were different than most of my peers, and I was like, oh,
it's scary,
I need to make
right?
a choice.
Yeah.
I either need to just be honest, or I'm smart enough to be able to just parrot the talking points and be like, derp-a-dur, you know, like Trump is Hitler, burp-a-burr. And
that's hilarious when they say that over and over.
A billion retweets. That would be grifting for me. That would be a grift, because my idea of a grift is that I'm being disingenuous, I'm being dishonest, I'm saying that I have one thing and I'm selling another, but if I'm selling anything, it's my confusion.
Right. Well, also, wouldn't a grift also be that you would take the easier way out? Like it would, like clearly, I think
it's not easy.
I think the people that are in the space that we're in, whatever you want to call that, like this is the road less traveled, right? But like if you're on the grift, you don't do the hard thing, you do the easy thing.
Yeah, it would be easy for me to go in either direction all in. And it would also be easy for me to completely just defect and be like, I'm MAGA now. you know?
Right.
And I've always joked that there are these two strains of Trump derangement syndrome, and I can pretty quickly tell if somebody has one or the other. It's if everything is Trump's fault or Trump can do no wrong. And it's MAGA and resistance. It's like the hashtags, and they are. And I feel like most people exist in the gray area in between, but they get so bombarded by both sides if they dare to be like, well, I think there might be, I can see this from both sides, or there might be a perspective here, that they just are like, nah, I'm not. I'm just going to be quiet.
So speaking of that, it's a good reason to have you on now, because I know you're an expert in foreign policy, especially related to Iran, right?
Yeah.
That's your specific expertise?
Specifically what I'm here for.
No, that obviously is not true. But actually, often in the morning when I wake up and I have my coffee and I'm just sort of like slowly getting online and I'm trying to get my thoughts centered, I'll shoot you some texts and we'll go back and forth a little bit. And one of the things over the last couple of weeks that like consistently comes up is like the craziness related to every single person on Twitter, but I don't want to make this just about Twitter, but like the need for all the celebrities, all of the journalists, quote, air quote journalists, and just everybody to have a opinion on everything at all times. Remember, I mean, just a couple weeks ago, we were in World War III.
We were.
How'd that go? How'd World War III go for you, by the way?
It went well. I walked my dog. That's the crazy thing. And we kind of talked about this on Dumpster Fire, my YouTube show, which just makes fun of my whole thing with Dumpster Fire is like, we just want to laugh while the world burns. Because in the moment when news is breaking and it is diplomacy by Twitter now. So there is serious, there's news breaking, the president's tweeting a flag, then the ambassador to the supreme leader is tweeting their flag. These are... I mean, my roommate Samantha said it perfectly. She said it's Ender's Game meets Risk on Twitter. It's like the perfect description. Yeah. And I think that there is this real, people are getting hurt, people are affected by this. It's all playing out virtually. And then you close your computer or put your phone down and walk outside and it's like do. Right. Nothing's going on. And the majority of people have no idea. They're not like living in that. But if you're in that moment in the news cycle as it's all breaking and everybody's got their takes and the journalists are all trying to figure it out and they're waiting for the Pentagon to confirm things so that they can confirm the rumors they heard, you get that kind of rush.
What do you make of these people that literally something happens now and then they have the exact opposite reaction because it was another administration 5 years ago? I'm not talking about somebody that's evolved over time with their political ideas. Right. I'm talking about, well, Trump didn't have congressional authorization. And then there's literally 5 years ago their tweet when they were completely for Libya. I mean, Nancy Pelosi is a great example. Trump didn't need, and I don't even mean just the people in politics. Yeah. But there's a video right now that's been going around that I've shared of Pelosi 5 years ago or whatever it is, 6 years ago, saying Obama didn't need congressional authorization. We toppled the Libyan regime and Gaddafi. Now he needs it. But then everyone just flips on every little thing because it's all sports.
So my question is, has it always been like this and we're just more aware of it because everything lives forever? Because whataboutism is going to destroy democracy. Everything. Yeah. Because you can always say, well, what about this and what about that and what about this? And well, actually, everybody can go back and forth. But what are your principles, I guess? And it's so easy to just adjust your mind to confirm your own belief and principles anyways that I don't know how anyone really avoids being a hypocrite in politics. And maybe it was always like this and we're just more aware of it.
I'm sure many of you listening have some type of pain that has prevented you from relaxing and sleeping or stopped you from exercising. Perhaps it's been ongoing for a few weeks now and hasn't improved with any of the treatments you've tried. I may have a natural breakthrough pain relief solution for you that will help nagging muscle and joint pain immediately while providing long-lasting recovery. CryoFreeze CBD Roll-On from Omax Health is a non-prescription, triple-action pain relief roll-on, especially formulated to block pain receptors, reduce inflammation, and improve muscle and joint flexibility. The 100% natural CBD-powered remedy works its magic within 10 minutes of application, and relief lasts for up to 8 hours. Omax Health is offering my listeners 20% off a full bottle of Cryo-Freeze CBD Pain Relief Roll-On plus free shipping. This discount also applies towards any product site-wide. Just go to omaxhealth.com today and enter code Ruben. That's OMAXhealth.com and enter code Ruben to get 20% off Cryo-Freeze and site-wide. Yeah, one of the things that I find, which is why I think you're sort of a breath of fresh air in this, is that you're not pretending to be an expert in all of these things,
No.
despite the fact that
I'm an idiot.
someone will now clip, Dave Rubin says the Bridget Fedez is an Iran expert,
Yes.
blah, blah, blah. But you're not pretending to be an
Good.
expert, but also like you are being funny throughout the day, and it's like we really have watched comedy get slaughtered in this freaking thing.
It's weird because so I just got told that Dumpster Fire is being shadow banned. I don't know if this is true or not.
So somebody tweeted at you that basically they're subscribed to your channel. A bunch of people, they're subscribed to your channel.
And my video didn't show up in their feed. And I don't...
Bridget, I'm shocked and appalled that YouTube
I don't have enough
that.
followers for this to matter. I just went on YouTube like 3 months ago.
You're over the target, sister. It's happening.
Well, we make a lot of inappropriate jokes, and we were joking on this week, so I'm like, what? Maggie was saying, who's gonna want to sponsor this show? Because I said something like, I was joking about how the Golden Globes went vegan, and I was like, I just miss the good old days where a man could be a man and a woman was in the kitchen, and Maggie's like, Jesus, you can't make even jokes like that because someone will clip that and then say, see, here's Bridget with her internalized patriarchy.
Unless you say that everyone from the 1950s was a racist, bigot, homophobe, you're canceled.
Yeah, but should we just pre-cancel? Because comedy is, I think, saying those, I said something that was really, it's always those off-the-cuff jokes you make that are completely inappropriate that I think I said something about Cardi B, and we were filming and the Dumpster Fire, which... And I said, she said threatened to go to Nigeria. And I said, I was like, have fun with Boko Haram. And, Maggie and Sam, who are in there filming with me, my cousin Maggie, who's my producing partner, and Samantha, who's also on the team, they started dying laughing because that's what's funny is those things that are off the cuff. And if you say something like that now and you aren't in a position like I'm in, which is... slightly immune to cancel culture, you will get canceled or you're in risk of getting canceled. So I think comedy has become a lot more afraid. And then, the argument that people say is like cancel culture isn't real is that people like Ricky Gervais and Dave Chappelle are making jokes. Well, they're millionaires.
Yes, they're multi.
And they're powerful. So you can't use people or even J.K. Rowling, you can't use billionaires and multimillionaires as examples of people who are cancel proof because they're cancel proof just because they're rich.
Do you sense though that people like us, maybe if Gervais and Chappelle, let's say, are doing it at like the Air Force level,
right,
that we're sort of more the foot soldiers in this or something like, or we're in the tanks on the ground and we're offering cover to the average person that is the foot soldier in this, that just wants to be able to work a real job, but still occasionally say what they think without being mobbed. And we are actually offering them a little bit of cover in that.
Yeah, I think that people feel confused. And there is that sense of terror that's, but also hilarious. And we were talking about this as well in Dumpster Fire, just how it's almost like a defense. Humor for me is a defense mechanism.
Yeah.
It is for many people, and that's why inappropriate jokes are funny because you're like, World War III, right, guys? And then the memes come out, and the memes are hilarious. And so people are using humor to try and make sense of a world that's really crazy. And then you have all these people who are experts. And I always say, no one knows anything. I mean, even experts, they might know things they might have things to contribute, but no one knows what's going to happen. So anyone who's telling you, like, here's what's going to happen is really just projecting their own biases and hopes into the world. But no one is, like, Nostradamus.
Right.
They're not gonna. So I think people just want to laugh to make sense of it.
You mentioned your factory settings.
Yeah.
Which I have credited you with many
Thank
times.
you. I really appreciate that.
I'm 99% sure I credited you when I mentioned it in the book. I suddenly, as I'm saying it, I'm suddenly
You're
afraid that I didn't, but let it be known that you were the first person that came up with the phrase factory settings that I had ever heard. Can you just explain what factory settings are? I know we talked about it last time, but I think it's such a right way of sort of looking at why everything is so screwed up, or sort of how you would take everything down to first principles to then sort of look at the world.
Yeah, factory settings is really just the default that you were kind of installed as a child. For instance, I was raised in a very liberal family. It was very East Coast. I was thinking about the other day, I'm like, I don't think I even met anyone who was pro-life until I was in my 30s.
Until you were on Twitter.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, it might have been, I just was not exposed to, I was in Minnesota, but we lived in the city. So I was always very much, and again, I wasn't really, engaging in the debate club at school. So I had some conservatives in my life, but my default settings, factory settings, were just, pro-choice. Republicans are evil. All they care about is money. You're the good guys.
Democrats are nice. They care about poor people.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a personal thing, or that generally, when I've used the phrase, maybe this is my own take on it, I've sort of said to people that the factory settings that we're all given pretty much, if you grow up in America, or in the last 40 years, let's say, is that is the narrative. So yes, of course, some people are brought up, say, Christian conservative,
right,
and they're brought up pro-life and whatever. But that's really an outlier
to the counterculture,
right, to the main set of ideas that are sort of accepted out of the gate, which are Democrats good, Republicans bad, Democrats for poor people, Republicans for rich people, Democrats, all of that kind of stuff.
Well, it just depends on where you grow up, because I think everyone's factory settings are different, and it depends on your region. So if I was raised in, somewhere in the South perhaps, or in Texas, or in a different family, then perhaps I would have different factory settings. My very good friend was raised conservative, and he was raised to think all liberals are idiots.
Lefties, not liberals.
Lefties.
Yeah.
But and that they, can't argue any of their own points. So he just won't even really engage in a leftist debate, because he thinks that was the way he was raised by his family that was conservative. But it was also known that they were not the mainstream point of view or voice.
Right, that set of ideas wasn't
right,
the thing coming down to you from
right,
Hollywood and the media all the time.
Right,
so,
and to kind of keep those ideas somewhat on the down low. So even in graduate school, he's had to kind of pretend, just fake, go along with a lot of the crazy stuff that he's seen, and just because he wants to kind of swim through and get done and be done with it. But so I think that's interesting too. I don't know. It's been interesting hearing from as many conservatives as I have in the past couple of years, their own struggles at colleges, and how they're kind of these, they're outliers really in the culture. And I never knew that, because I was just like, whatever.
Yeah.
Give me the weed.
Well, let's back up for a second, though, because that is relative to all this. For people that don't know you or didn't see our first interview, you're a former addict, which I think in a lot of ways seems to set up sort of your view on all of this, that this isn't, that the culture war, for as important as it is, right, and this is what we do every day, and I do believe that this fight is the fight for Western values and all of these things, like it is important, but that you've already lived through like your own existential battle for existence, right? The new year is full of new opportunities, so why not make 2020 the year you advance your career by earning your master's degree? You can get started today at Ashford University with online master's degree programs that allow you to learn at your own pace, and you can study wherever you're the most comfortable learning. Ashford University's 6-week-long courses allow you to take one course at a time, and being enrolled in one class at Ashford means you are considered a full-time student. Worried about enrollment requirements? Don't be. The GRE, GMAT, and other standardized test scores are not required, and Ashford University is fully accredited by WASC Senior College and University Commission. So get ready to grab new opportunities. Start your master's degree today. New and exciting opportunities are coming your way. You just have to be ready for them. And it all starts with earning your master's degree at Ashford University now by going to ashford.edu/Rubin. That's ashford.edu/Rubin to start your master's degree today. ashford.edu/Rubin.
I feel like that, I grew up in a kind of crazy household too. So I think there are a lot of people probably like me who grew up in dysfunctional homes where the culture, as it's gone increasingly more crazy, I'm like that meme, the little, dog drinking coffee. Like, this is fine while everything's on fire, because that was what I was used to. So the culture is finally reflecting, like, oh, I know how to handle this. The culture is caught up to your dysfunctional home.
I don't know what that says,
But I think the existential crisis, the first time I had it was 19. Let's be clear, I'm still an addict.
I was making you a retired addict.
That's still there. I can do anything addictively, even if it's good for me. And I do have like a crazy, I get fixated on things and obsessed with them. Twitter is a great example. I have a hard time. People are always like, how do I get on Twitter? What do I do? And I don't know what to tell them because I love Twitter. I'm like, I need to put myself away.
Yeah.
So
But you take some breaks too.
I do. Right? And I have a pretty healthy relationship to social media for the most part. But
and it's about to get healthier. We're going to talk about that in just a few minutes. Yeah.
I think what being in recovery has done for me during all of this craziness, and I just celebrated 6 years of sobriety in October. I can't personally be in anger or resentment because it puts my sobriety in danger. So I can't live with that stuff. So I quickly have to figure out how to come into acceptance. And I think some of the biggest problems, and I'm sure this existed with conservatives when Obama was president, and I just never saw it. Because
factory settings for most society didn't let it get there.
The cathedral, as Michael has explained it. The cognitive dissonance, but in particularly on the left, and this is what's really so fascinating to me psychologically, is trying to align those things of watching people applaud dictatorships and regimes, applaud things like the economy crashing, so that their view of a person can be correct is really unsettling to me, because that is, you are willing to see people suffer to validate your own rightness. Like, come on. Can't you self-reflect at all? Can't you look at yourself and see that you're cheering for the supreme leader so that you can be right? How is there? And then I'll read these, psychological studies about how it feels better for people to have their beliefs validated, no matter what those beliefs are, than to be challenged.
And we see crazy examples of this. Like, this is not just something you're saying as if, these are random Twitter people doing it. I mean, a couple of them are. Bill Maher literally said it would be great if the economy crashed so that Trump would get out. And it's like, well, that's pretty easy for you to say, guy that probably is worth $100 million.
Yeah.
That's one thing. But then
Talk about privilege.
Right. The other one, though, a couple weeks ago on The View, when Joy Behar was
plotting.
So Joy Behar says, a bit of good news. White nationalist Richard Spencer is no longer supporting Donald Trump. He regrets supporting Donald Trump because of the Iran strike. And the audience cheered, which meant that they were cheering that the white nationalist no longer supports Trump, as if Trump is worse than the white nationalist.
We made fun of this on Dumpster Fire. I was like, the audience is like, yay! Yay, the white nationalist agrees agrees with us. Trump is a bad man. Yay. I'm like, what? How can you sit? And that is what is, I think, for most Americans, I still hold on to the faith that most Americans are looking at all of this and going like, what the,
Yeah.
what the heck?
You can say it.
What the fuck?
There you go. Doesn't that feel nice?
Thank you. It does.
Yeah.
It's just, and there's craziness all around. It's not just on one side or another. It does feel chaotic everywhere. But that in particular, kind of that cognitive dissonance is really just, and you see.
But do you see there a link there between that and something that you went through with addiction, like the need to like keep doubling down, no matter, or something like that? Like you're always rationalizing your existence.
Well,
or something?
here's the thing: I don't trust myself. Being an addict made me not trust my thoughts, and I tell this to people about reading the news. You have to be aware of your own biases. I'm very aware of my own biases. I'm very aware, and there are probably some that I'm not aware of, but I'm as much as I can be aware of them, and I'm aware of my defects and my addictions and my weaknesses, and in order to get sober, you really have to take, in my instance, I had to take a very hard look at all of that, and it would be very easy for me to justify just going, I could have easily said, because I wasn't going into the election some huge Trump fan. I could have easily, the night that he was elected, said, I'm going to drink. I can't live like this. And I don't have that luxury because that I will probably die or end up in a bad state. And I quickly, and this is what I was saying, is that the thing that's lacking when you have cognitive dissonance is acceptance generally, being able to accept what is. And so much of that craziness on the left right now, because I'm sure it was true with the right with Obama, but right now, because they lost, they cannot accept that he won. They just cannot accept it. Still.
Have you found any tricks? People ask me all the time, well, Dave, you seem to have made a little headway with some of these people, right? Like helping like the struggling lefties understand really what liberalism is or whatever. But as someone that comes from a similar place in that regard, have you found any tricks to break these people? I mean, I guess comedy is really the one consistent tool, right?
I don't know. So I think my sense is that there's anyone right of Bernie and then the people left of Bernie, I guess. And I think once you're in the hashtag resistance, Trump derangement syndrome, whatever you want to call it, that strain, the only way you have an epiphany is when you get canceled.
Yeah.
So when the mob inevitably comes for you, which it will, then suddenly you'll see these people coming and asking for my help or advice or like, oh my gosh, I didn't see this, because so much of my personal awakening was when I was saying things out of lockstep. First it's like, well, why am I self-censoring? Okay, well, I'll stop self-censoring. You quickly realize why you're self-censoring when you start just saying your thing.
Yeah.
And once your own tribe kind of turns on you and comes for you, well, you start questioning that tribe.
So I know you don't consider yourself on the right, or certainly not a Republican or a conservative or something like that, but are you always shocked still? So this would be my follow-up to our conversation a year ago, where I was sort of like, I kind of know where you're going to be in a year or something like that. Are you kind of like, boy, these conservatives and libertarians, at least right now, are just pretty nice. Like, do you ever get shit from them, really? Hey guys, just a quick reminder that the Rubin Report community is officially here. This is the first project of my new tech company, Locals.com. And you can get ad-free video, ad-free audio podcast. You can communicate with me. You can communicate with other fans. We've got a news feed that has no algorithmic manipulation. There's no shadow banning or deboosting or the rest of it. We're going to be building out these communities for all sorts of creators over the next coming months. But right now, you can sign up at RubinReport.com, or you can download the Rubin Report app in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
That's been really interesting to see. They're more willing to engage in conversations. I always joke that, I think I joked even the last time I was here, but I've started doing stand-up about it. As the factory settings, I always thought I was liberal, and then they tell you when you get sober that you won't even recognize yourself. And I'm like, how much weed was I smoking? Yeah. I'm a conservative now, and then conservatives will start talking about porn, and I'm like, oh, thank God, I'm not with you guys. All right. Because the minute they start talking about like porn and stuff, I'm like, oh, I'm not one of you either. Yeah. All right, thank God.
Wait, let's talk about that thing. So there was a few weeks ago, there was this thing, was it Matt Walsh was the guy that, so Matt Walsh, who's a Daily Wire guy, right? Yeah. So he put up a post, just clean this up, or do you want to get it maybe? He basically said something to the effect of that porn should be illegal and that we should jail pornographers.
Later in the thread, I think he said that to somebody who was like, let me be clear, so we should jail the pornographers and the people who make it? And he's like, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so now he's a conservative. He works at the Daily Wire. I know you like Ben. I like Ben. So this isn't about the Daily Wire. It's not even about Matt specifically. But it sparked like a 4 or 5 day war on Twitter. But it was intellectually really interesting because it really did show the difference between conservatives and libertarians.
Right.
Where libertarians, it's always about the maximum amount of personal freedom.
Right.
That's the part that I usually, the side that I lean towards. And then for conservatives, it's about conserving some traditions that over time seem to build a healthy, in their minds, build a healthy society with some sort of traditional values. My real belief would be that classical liberalism is the fusion of those two things. But what did you make of that whole debate? Because you got into it a little bit.
I did get into it.
I sat it out. Every now and again, I'm like, I'm going to sit one out.
I was going to sit it out. Yeah. And then it's hard for me to sit it out coming from Playboy, you know, and posting nudity, being me. It's hard. I'm like,
your boobs are on the internet.
My boobs are on the internet. It's hard for me to sit that one out. So
we just lost 90% of the people watching this because they just went to find your boobs.
Yeah, no, come back. That's interesting. That was the reason that I kind of waded into it, and I don't even know if I can. I just think, again, one of the factory settings that I was taught was I grew up with the party of family values, you know, the conservative family values, and then there were cracks in that.
That's not what you grew up in, but that's what you grew up thinking they were.
Believing and witnessing. You know, it was like all about the moral majority. And those were the years that I kind of I remember hearing snippets about that. And
we are Gen Xers, old timers.
We are.
For YouTubers. God, we're dinosaurs.
We are dinosaurs. We're pretty much like 10 years away from getting okay boomered. And So I grew up with that impression that they were the ones who were very much about the traditional family, and then you know, you started seeing the cracks with the evangelicals and a lot of the controversies and the scandals that came out of that, and then with Trump being elected in his history, I'm like, you guys don't really get to make that argument anymore. You can't defend Trump as your president on principle and also say porn is destroying America. Like, I'm sorry. That's a cognitive dissonance that you guys have to deal with. And so I did wade into it because to me it just feels like you're like a very pro-Trump, and people can say, well, I can separate his actions from his you know, his private life or whatever. But these are the same people that are screaming at Bill Clinton. So no, you can't.
Right. So as someone that used to write for Playboy, someone that does have their boobs out there, do you like the word boobs? What should I be? Knockers?
Boobs with a W. Boobs.
Boobs. Is that a thing?
The boobs.
But for someone that, okay, your boobs are on the internet, you've written for Playboy, so you know this world.
Yeah.
What would you say? So I saw a lot of the arguments, the anti-porn arguments that I saw were that it is fundamentally just destroying. We can remove the viewer for a second, but the people that are in it, the amount of them that become drug addicts, that are 18 years old and just need any money, so do all kinds of things. Like, do you find any of that argument compelling or anything there?
And again, I'll say, and I said this when I was talking about the porn online.
Now you became a baby boomer.
Yeah, I'm a boomer. The porn on the internet. As someone who wrote for Playboy and had my DMs open before I couldn't leave them open anymore, I had thousands of emails from men who were talking about their struggle with porn. So putting it aside, putting the argument that porn, I see it as a substance, though, in the same way that, I mean, I had a porn addiction for a hot minute. Mm-hmm. And it was when I was trying to quit all the other things, I think I just replaced it with porn. And it is, I do think that it desensitizes you in a certain way, and it does make you numb. It does make things more confusing, and with the opposite sex or the same sex or whomever you're having sex with now in this day and like whatever, I don't care. So that is one argument, but I would treat it the same way that I would treat alcohol and weed, and I have a more libertarian view on it. That is not for the government to regulate, because the argument that conservatives were making is that the government should come in and regulate this and make it go, ban it essentially. And I don't share that that's the solution. I think that just pushes things underground. It makes it more dangerous for people in the industry, and it makes it more enticing for people because now it's the thing that's not allowed.
Right. It also strikes me that why that argument feels kind of thin, and where maybe 30 years ago or 20 years ago it would have felt bigger, is that 20 or 30 years ago, like VHS tapes, you want to get into porn, you probably had to work for, you had to work for a studio.
Right.
Or you had to move out to the Valley in Los Angeles.
They were making money too back then.
But you were in more of like an institution where the opportunities were there for people to abuse you, where now it's like there are people that make gajillion dollars literally just sitting in their bedroom with a webcam with no middleman. It's just a direct interaction with somebody else.
Right.
So it almost feels like it's a little cleaner or something. I don't know if that's all fully true, obviously. I'm not an expert in the economics of porn, but like something to that maybe?
Well, and it's because then you start wading into the idea of sex work. So if you're talking about people who are making it, are you a cam girl? Are you someone like me who shows their boob? What's the spectrum?
A political boob girl,
Yeah. Are we going to arrest the cam girl, the e-thots, every girl that shows her butt on Instagram?
Wait, what's e-thots? Am I just going to say?
An e-thot?
Yeah, what is that?
It's like E-THOT.
Yeah.
And thought is that hoe over there.
Oh.
It's internet slang, but e-thots are, I've been accused of being e-thot, but I'm an e-thot that was sent. I mean, this is the stuff I get from the right wing.
Yeah.
Is that I'm a deep state plant sent to undermine the conservative party.
Oh, I get plenty of that. That's what I'm doing with the conservatives.
Because of Conservative Inc., Ben Shapiro, and the far right can't stand these
tolerant conservatives. That's the irony.
Right.
But just real quick on that, though, that to me shows you why something good has happened with the conservatives, because when the far right elements start attacking them now, they go on the attack. Where on the left, when the far left elements attack, they seem to always move towards them now. They sort of bow to them. Where on the right, when people have attacked Shapiro and Charlie Kirk, and people that I would say are more mainstream conservative, they actually fight back and they say, no, if you want a white nationalist state, you're the bad guy.
Right.
You're the one that's counter to America. Where the left seems to always be, if the bad guy's out here, they always follow him out there.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it's I guess bad guys. It's that
whatever you
I
want to
always
call
joke
it,
that the horseshoe theory is like a perfect circle now.
Well, the Richard Spencer thing was the perfect example of that. Joy Behar, ultimate lefty, suddenly on the same side as Richard Spencer. Spencer, far righty. Ba-boom. Hey, Rubin Report podcast listeners, just a quick reminder that my first book, Don't Burn This Book, Free Thinking in an Age of Unreason, is now available for pre-order. In it, I show you guys how to navigate a world of outrage mobs, political polarization, and online censorship without totally losing your mind. Oh, and that Jordan Peterson guy is writing the foreword. Not bad. Pre-order your copy now on Amazon or Barnes & Noble, or go to don'tburnthisbook.com and order yours today.
I get emails. I got one the other day. It said, this is a fight for, you sitting on both sides while the fight for America. And it was like this tirade against me and how, no one's going to remember anyone who laughed while the world burned or something. And I was like, well, lucky for you, I don't want to be remembered. Yeah. So I'm cool with that. But I could not tell you who it was from.
I couldn't tell you if it was from the far left or the far right.
Yeah.
And I posted, and even it was a good. It was nice to see my followers were a little mixed on this too, because I posted what it said, and everybody was like, "That's obviously from the right. That's obviously from the left." So whatever you believe is the way you perceive that too.
Yeah.
And it's just it's a little bit. It's bananas being. When you are kind of in that space, you're like, whoa, what? It is a mere. Somebody the other day on Twitter said that the American flag should be the Spider-Man pointing at the other Spider-Man meme that goes around.
Yeah.
Where it's like, you.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, let's shift a little bit here because let's talk about big tech, because you've got an interesting announcement coming. But just relative to the whole big tech conversation, and as someone that you might be shadow banned on
that's
YouTube,
weird.
and we don't know if they're going to get us. And shadow banning, as I keep endlessly repeating, is now quite literally in the Twitter terms of service. If you are an American, it doesn't apply to the Europeans for some reason, but if you're an American, it is now in the terms of service on Twitter that they can throttle who sees your tweets. On top of that, I just saw, as of the day we're taping this today, that they're considering doing a tip thing on Twitter.
Yeah, I saw
Have you heard
that.
about this? But think how dangerous that means.
Yeah.
That's an interesting idea. But now they're also saying they can throttle you, but then that means they can also not just control whose information gets out there, but who can actually make money too.
Yeah.
So it's a seriously dangerous thing. All that being said, when it comes to big tech, as someone that's in this, as a creator and a YouTuber and a Twitterer and a boob person and all that stuff, where are you on regulation and what we should do about this thing that's obviously
so about this,